guys, good morning. Tory here from Overlook Horizon. We are back a few minutes early, actually, because SpaceX and NASA are running a few minutes ahead of schedule, getting ready to dock with the International Space Station this morning. Welcome, everybody, to the stream here. My name's Tory, and we are live here today, Sunday, May 31st, in 2020, in case you're watching the replay afterwards. If you are watching the replay afterwards, I will have timestamps in the description below, as well as the pinned comment as well, in case you want to jump ahead in the stream. So anyways, hello to everybody here that's live. We're just getting up and running. My events list here it's here, but it's already wrong because they're like 15 minutes ahead of schedule. So I believe we're gonna have to turn up and listen in, but I believe they've already entered Waypoint Zero, which is right here. So they weren't scheduled to reach Waypoint Zero for a little while here now. Probably not another 20 minutes, but they're already there, or almost there. So it's hard to oh, you can't see. I guess I gotta switch over to here because there's the Crew Dragon way over there. That's it. The little blink in with the red and the green, that's Crew Dragon over there. So we I kind of want to keep the events list up, but I can't if they're gonna use the edges of the screen. Do we have to? Do we not know how to center that? Can we center that on the camera? Move it up. Move it up. So, hello everybody. There we go. Minute and a half away from Waypoint Zero, he just said. So let me update the events list here while we're getting up and running, and I'll let you listen in.
25-minute trip up to the docking axis. So this will be Waypoint One. There'll be 220 meters directly in front of the station, and they'll be lined up perfectly with that international docking adapter at the very forward port of the Node 2 module, also known as Harmony, on the space station.
Yeah, and there'll be a small attitude correction there. The navigation and prop specialists on our team will monitor that burn. And then hopefully we'll hear some words from the core to the crew, letting them know that we've had a good course correction towards Waypoint One.
And it sounds like, so normally they would have had a decision point.
And things a little bit dark right now. We should have sunrise in about 25 minutes. And so things will light up as we get closer to that manual flight test, and hopefully by the time we're there, we'll be right in front of the space station itself. We should get some good light on Dragon, and hopefully some views from the station looking straight out at the spacecraft using the cameras that are right next to that docking port on Node 2. And then Bob and Doug will once again take the controls using those touchscreens to maneuver Dragon. They'll do a number of different translational maneuvers, so physically moving the Dragon spacecraft in space. Oh, we're seeing some thruster firings there.
Look at that.
And so those are using some of those, we call them the service section Draco thrusters. There's 12 around the lower part of the Dragon spacecraft.
Drifting over to the edge of the screen there, but yeah, you can see those thruster fires, which look pretty awesome. This is a camera from onboard the International Space Station, so they are approaching.
Very cool to see those Dracos firing. They actually use a hypergolic propellant, so it's monomethylhydrazine and nitrox, which very, very handy because you mix those two propellants together and they make fire, which is exactly what you want when you want a reliable engine when you're doing these proximity maneuvers. So nice to see those.
Dragon SpaceX. Approach Zero has started and the trajectory has converged on Waypoint One. Expect arrival at Waypoint One at 1322 UTC.
1322 UTC. So my time.
Dragon copies on the big loop 13:22.
1322. So the events list is 1 minute off. That's pretty good actually though for this. So we're about, according to the timing, we're about 15 minutes ahead of schedule right now.
Anna there confirming good convergence. So what that means is the trajectory of the spacecraft is now syncing up with where Waypoint Zero, Waypoint One would be when both spacecraft are moving forward in time. So that means that Dragon will be right where it needs to be, and we're expecting Dragon to reach Waypoint One about 25 minutes from now.
Yeah, and that still puts us about 16 minutes ahead of the original timeline. So we're expected to arrive at Waypoint One at 13:22 UTC, or 6:22 a.m. over here on the West Coast in Hawthorne. And if we continue to track about 16 or so minutes early, we may get to that docking a little bit early as well. Again, we were tracking right around 7:30 a.m. Over here on the West Coast, so we may be more in the neighborhood of about the 7:15, but obviously that just depends on how all of the additional maneuvers go. But Dragon so far moving ahead of schedule in its flight to the International Space Station. We've moved past Waypoint Zero, so we're inside 400 meters right now, just under 370 meters away from the station. Already converged on its next stop is going to be Waypoint One. And once it gets there, again, the crew is going to jump in and command a hold before they move into their manual piloting test.
Yeah, so, all right, well, while they're talking a little bit, I'm going to turn this down. So we're approaching, so the way this is going to work, they're going to approach what's called Waypoint Zero. There's 3 waypoints along the path. Waypoint Zero is 220 meters away from the International Space Station, or I'm sorry, Waypoint Zero is 400 meters away from the International Space Station. That's the beginning of the KOS, the Keep Out Sphere, where they have to get permission to enter the Keep Out Sphere from Mission Control and from the space station itself. Then they enter the Keep Out Sphere at Waypoint Zero, 400 meters away. They have the option to hold there. It sounds like they did not take that option. We're just kind of getting up to speed. They did not take that option to hold. They're proceeding right to Waypoint One, which is 220 meters away. They were supposed, and I think they must have already done this, or maybe they're going to do this later, but they were supposed to perform a near field, meaning close to the space station, manual flight. I don't know if they've already done that, or they're going to do that a little bit later, but I don't see that in the timeline today, so maybe they already did that. And then once they get to Waypoint One, then they will proceed to Waypoint Two. Waypoint Two is very close. That's 20 meters before the International Space Station. They get a final go, no-go poll, and then they will go in for docking at the International Space Station. Sounds like we're trending about 16 minutes early, they said, for docking with the International Space Station today. So it was scheduled for about an hour and a half from now, probably going to be about an hour and 15 minutes from now.
All of our procedures, all of our burns, all of our maneuvers to get Dragon to this point since we launched just a little over 17 and a half hours ago. Dragon was able to make all of its maneuvers to get it on the same orbital plane as the International Space Station. And we've already begun integrated operations between the teams here in Hawthorne and those out in Mission Control Houston. And now we're just really getting into some of the final steps before Dragon makes it to the space station.
Yeah, and on your screen right now we're in orbital night, so the Earth is blocking the sun. But you can see the lights from the Dragon spacecraft. That flashes a light that's right along the forward hatch. Right now, Dragon is in a relative pointing mode that's pointed directly at the space station and making its way towards Waypoint One, which is about 220 meters below the station. The International Space Station, when we're doing proximity operations, has a couple of imaginary gates. They're sort of three-dimensional shapes around the space station for vehicles that are approaching. Right now, we're moving towards a hold just outside of the 200-meter keep-out sphere. And Bob and Doug aboard, currently seated in their spacesuits, monitoring the transition. And when they get to Waypoint One, they'll issue a hold to conduct a manual flight test on this test flight mission.
Yeah, this will be their second manual flight test, and really the second kind of key objective for them to really put Dragon through the ringers. This is a demonstration flight. This is that final test before we certify the SpaceX Dragon to operationally carry full crew complements to the International Space Station. They were able to complete their first flight test shortly after getting on orbit. That one, they focused on changing Dragon's attitude, using the Earth as a guide to put Dragon in a very specific orientation known as local vertical, local horizon, essentially putting it in an orientation the same as a plane flying over the surface of the Earth. So the attitude control of Dragon, just one part of, or really one half of controlling a spacecraft. Now they're going to be testing out the translational maneuvers. So once they command that hold, the first thing that they'll do is align Dragon very precisely with the actual docking axis, and then they'll step through and send a number of commands to the spacecraft through those touch screens, moving it across a couple of different axes. So again, translational means you're moving left, right, forward, backwards, up, down, and that's one half of really controlling a spacecraft, is you have all of these different axes to worry about, both translational and for attitude. So they'll step through those. Depending on how those go, we'll then be able to move in for the final approach.
Yeah, that's right. One thing to consider with a spacecraft is it is a three-dimensional body that's moving in space. So you not only have to control your X, Y, Z position, that up, down, left, right, forward, back motion, but you also have to control which direction you're pointing. So we've started you off in a skewed attitude.
Lost audio for a second.
Anytime you're pointed in a different direction, then do those translations. You have extra motions that you need to cancel out in space.
Yeah, I remember.
And a couple people, so I'm going to turn it down while they're talking here, because I know everybody's asking about the camera. I don't know if the camera is going to be good today. I have no idea. I did reinstall the camera drivers yesterday, and we restarted the whole machine. We'll see if that'll be good enough. Also, I tried to give the camera a little better cooling in case it was the camera overheating, but I think it was a software drive. I don't know. I don't know. We'll find out if the camera is going to hold it, if it's going to hold up. What happened to the stream from yesterday? Yeah, unfortunately, it's been taken down on a false copyright claim by National Geographic. So until that's resolved, it won't be back up. So it'll be sometime between now and the next 48 hours. They'll resolve that. But could be down for about 48 hours while there's not just me. There's a whole bunch of creators that have been affected by that, unfortunately. Best weekend ever. Hey, Bert, thanks for the super chat there. Best weekend ever. Thanks for your hard work. Really appreciate that. Thank you very much. And I also saw Janie. Thanks for the sparks over on Mixer. Appreciate that as well. Can we get the stream back? The stream is still there from yesterday. I can still see it, just you guys can't see it. It'll go back up. It'll be back on the channel once we already have a resolution in the works. You just gotta wait now. Let's see. Sebi, I definitely think there was a software problem. Cameras can get pretty warm without... Yeah, I kind of agree. I mean, I've used this camera for hours and hours at a time and never had any problems with it, so I think it was software related. Either software related, or the only other thing I was thinking, I was trying to check the cables after the stream yesterday, and the port, or the cable that's... So I have a whole bunch of cables plugged into the camera. We've got an audio cable for when it's the same camera that I do the scripted videos for. I've got the video feed, which is how you're seeing this, and then I have a USB connection, which is how I actually control the camera with shutter speeds and the aperture and everything else. And it's the USB connection that's failing. So that's where the problem is coming in, is with that USB connection. It's like losing the connection with the USB, and that disconnects the camera feed here. So it's either a software problem or potentially that USB cable or port could be an issue, because it was a little bit loose feeling to me. So I don't know. That's yet to be seen. We'll see how it goes today. Tory, do you know what the mission of the astronauts on the ISS? Will they perform scientific tests? Are they doing tests for Elon Musk too? I mean, it's going to be... These are NASA astronauts, so it is a SpaceX mission, but they're NASA astronauts, so they will be performing NASA scientific missions. I don't know the exact science that they're performing on the space station, but they have some cargo underneath their seats, bunch of cargo underneath their seats that they're bringing up on board the space station as well. But I don't know exactly what they're going to do their entire time up there. Oh, and Salads Kill. I like that username. Salads Kill over on Twitch says the video's up on Twitch, which is right. I forgot about that. If you do want to see the stream, if you missed it on YouTube, during all this whole copyright thing is going on, you can still see the stream on Facebook or on Twitch or on Periscope. That's actually why I multicast on multiple platforms, so that if it goes down on YouTube, you can still see it over on our Twitch channel or Facebook or Periscope, and it's still accessible, still out there in the meantime. I heard that their space suits are not airtight. Is that correct? Well, these are pressure suits, so they are capable of holding pressure during a depressurization event. They're not EVA suits. You can't take them out performing a spacewalk, but they are pressure suits. They are pressurized. They can hold pressure. They perform leak checks on the suits. So yeah, the suits don't leak. They're pressure suits. But they're just not for spacewalking. They're not thick enough, safe enough for spacewalking. They can't perform the cooling and all the necessary things. I mean, they have cooling for those for what they need, but they're just not capable of spacewalks. That's the difference there. They're mostly there. They're flame resistant, so in case there was some sort of flame event in the cockpits, they're flame resistant. They're pressurized for any sort of decompression event. They have cooling so they don't overheat. They have airflow so they can breathe, all that kind of stuff. Go to the SpaceX feed. Well, I could take a look, but they should be about the same. We'll take a look here real quick while I turn this up.
The International Space Station. So they have those views from the vehicle overlaid on their displays to give them some awareness of their relative motion to the space station.
Yeah, I think. All right, well, let me take a look. Here, I'll put the SpaceX one up just because then it'll
piloting demo and then it'll be handed over to
worst case scenario, it gets rid of the
smooth operated automated.
It'll get rid of the NASA watermark that's up there. We'll get rid of that here. Well, let's see. Go here, go live. Okay.
Just because when you're actually
so there, we'll do that.
That's a different feeling than sitting in a training capsule.
Yeah, can't quite simulate a 9-minute.
Let's see. Do you remember the Space Shuttle Columbia disaster? Yeah, well, of course I remember that. It was awful.
They did give credit to the teams here at SpaceX. The actual piloting of the spacecraft.
Is Dragon capsule internal pressure the same as the ISS internal pressure? I know the Space Shuttle was different to the ISS. That's a good question. I don't know. I don't know what the actual pressure level is inside. I mean, I know the space station is regular sea level pressure, 4.7 psi. I don't know what it is inside of Dragon, but I would guess that it's probably sea level pressure inside of Dragon. I mean, normally they would do usually like inside of fixed structures like that, they would normally do regular sea level pressure at 14.7 psi. The only time they usually do lower pressure, like when in the space suits that they wear outside for spacewalking, they do a lower amount of pressure usually in spacesuits, and that's just because the spacesuits are a little more, they have a little more flex to them, and if you tried to pressurize them to 14.7 psi, they would be like marshmallow men. They'd puff out so much, they'd be like... So, yeah, it's usually spacesuits that are...
Station, it's Houston on the big loop for Chris, crew monitoring. Chris, you can begin to monitor the approach per step 1 of 1.104 crew Dragon approach and retreat monitoring.
There you go. Quaid says that they said earlier they had a level of 14.68 to 14.7. So yeah, that would be sea level pressure. That's PSI. 14.7 PSI is the air pressure at sea level. So yeah, that would make sense. That's usually what they would do inside of fixed structures like that. And that's why the space station is sea level pressure. I would believe that Crew Dragon would be sea level pressure as well. Why did the National Geographic hand out DMCA? It's likely automated. So I mean, I don't think somebody went through and did it, but yeah, I could go on a whole rant about the copyright thing because it's very frustrating. But I'm gonna try to stay off of that today as much as I can. I've been ranting about it all on our Discord server. If you want to rant with me about it, you jump on Discord. I'll rant all day about that until that's resolved. How are they docking? Do they dock by seeing, or do they dock by special camera thing to show? Well, the Crew Dragon capsule is completely autonomous docking. Different than what we used to do for the Space Shuttle was manually docked. And they have, like, the Space Shuttle, they had, like, a camera system that they would have to line up, and they would have sensors and things like that, but they would line up to, you know, a hatch mark there, and they would have to go in and dock with it. The Crew Dragon capsule can be docked manually, and you can actually test that out. You go to iss-sim.spacex.com. You can play around with the docking functions that they would have on board. It's the same simulator. Like Bob and Doug actually tweeted out that they were using the online simulator to play around and practice. So you can use the online simulator and practice and play around with how the docking functions work with the Crew Dragon capsule. That's how they would manually dock, but they're not going to manually dock. They likely won't ever manually dock unless there is some sort of problem. But because the Crew Dragon has automatic, basically docking, so they can automatically dock to the space station without having without touching it at all. There you go. Alex Ziggyful just put a link to the docking simulator in the YouTube chat there. Thanks for the link there, iss-sim.spacex.com. Let's see. I think opening the nose cone gives access to the docking port is in the nose cone. So there's a hatch on the side that they enter the spacecraft from on the ground, and that's where they will exit the spacecraft from on the ground. But the docking port is on the nose cone, so they will go in and out of the Crew Dragon capsule through the nose cone while they're docked to the space station, and the hatch that's on the side of the craft will stay closed until they get on the ground. What would happen if there was a cabin depressurization? Would their suits expand like the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man? Yeah, likely they probably would expand a little bit, just because you'd have the pressurization inside the suit and no pressurization outside holding it in, so they would almost certainly expand at least a little bit. Let's see, when will Dragon undock from the ISS? We don't know yet. They haven't made a decision on that, so that's to be determined. They're going to stay docked for anywhere from 4 to 16 weeks. Why the lost signal on landing? Yeah, so I think we had a lot of people that don't watch SpaceX streams very regularly were very confused that the Falcon 9, when it landed the booster on the drone ship, that the signal went out. And actually, my wife asked me this same question last night. I'm gonna pull this up while we're talking about that, or minimize that. But as the Falcon 9's first stage booster comes into land, there's a lot of thrust happening, and the drone ship it's a big drone ship, but it's not that big. So the way that we get video signal from the drone ship is through a satellite communication method. So they can't send video feed directly from the drone ship back to the ground station because the Earth is curved. Probably a subsection of people that are going to be upset that I said that, but the Earth is curved, so the drone ship over here can't communicate with the ground ship over here. So in order to do that, they have to send it up to a satellite and back down. The satellite dish that's on the drone ship, this is a video feed here. It has to be relatively precise, otherwise you start to lose video coding. So it's pointing up at the satellite. As the booster is coming down, it's generating thrust to slow itself down and land, which is generating acoustic vibrations and a whole bunch of disturbances from the exhaust that's making the ship shake a little bit. You've also just got vibrations in the air from all the acoustics. Remember, this is a rocket engine. They keep people away from rocket engines during launch because of all the acoustic vibrations. And they have that whole water suppression system to try to dampen those acoustic vibrations at the launch pad. We don't have that at the landing pad, so you're just getting raw exhaust with no dampening. That causes that antenna, that satellite dish that's beaming the video feed up to the satellite to shake. Really hard. I don't know if you've ever done any sort of radio communication, especially video-wise. We've done live video on our weather balloons. If you're not pointing directly at your, between your source and destination, if you're not pointing directly in the right spot, really tough to get a video feed. So as that thing's shaking around, you lose your video feed, and then it lands, and the shaking stops, the video feed comes back. That's why it cuts out on landing. It happens probably 7 out of 10 times on a SpaceX landing. That happens just because it shakes. Every once, it's actually rare that it doesn't happen, that it doesn't cut out. Those are the ones where you're actually surprised, where you're like, oh, hey, wow, we actually got video the whole way. How about that? Those are the ones that are rare. Trying to see the video all the way down to landing, very rare just because of the shaking and the vibrations. Let's see, now I missed what they were saying.
And so real quick, what they're referring to there, in about 2.5 minutes, we'll be at Waypoint One, so about 220 meters out in front of the space station. And then, just like Waypoint Zero, the vehicle able to bypass Waypoint One and continue on its approach to the space station. The crew is going to jump in 20 seconds after they hear that Approach 1 has started, command a hold, and then they're going to move into that second manual piloting demonstration on board Dragon. So we should see that all start to happen in just about 2 minutes. And thankfully, as promised, the sun starting to come up on both of our spacecraft.
All right, we're starting to get sunrise now. We'll see it a little bit.
The soft capture system. So they'll do an extension of a ring with 3 pedal-like structures on it that are covered in micro switches and sensors. And when we do finally get to Waypoint 2 and final approach for docking, those will interface with the international docking adapter and give us a confirmation that we've made what's called soft capture. Now, at that point, the spacecraft may have some relative motion, so that system helps get rid of any of that relative motion before we go in for final closure of the hard capture hooks.
Yeah, and I saw, just to expand on the whole booster landing thing, so I saw a couple of people comment about, like, why don't they just put it on a buoy? The most stable platform that's out there is the drone ship. The drone ship, putting it on a buoy would be way unstable. You'd have the camera bobbing up and down in the water and everything else.
It'll begin its approach one, and then
sorry, I'm just listening.
Our crew members inside of Dragon will command the vehicle to stop. It will hover, and then they will be able to begin that manual piloting demonstration.
Oh, okay, so now they're going to do the manual fly demonstration. That's the thing that I talked about a little bit earlier. But yeah, so a buoy in the ocean would definitely bob up and down. And the other thing that I wanted to say about that too is SpaceX is kind enough to share all this live video and things like that with us, but we are not the primary reason why they have video on the drone ship. They have video on the drone ship for their own engineering purposes and for their mission control to watch what's happening and things like that. And they don't need, that is not a problem that they're concerned with. Like, they don't need continuous coverage of the booster all the way down to the ground. The drone ship records the video on the, so they have the full video feed. It's just not live. They have the full video feed. If there's some sort of engineering problem, if there was a problem with landing, they can go look at the video feed, see what the problem was. They don't need that live video for that. The live video is really just for mission control to determine, did it actually land or did it not land? And the current solution they have accomplishes that. So yeah, it's really unsatisfying for us when we want to watch it and see it land, but the video's not for us. It's for them. So just something to keep in mind.
The ground control teams still certainly have good data to both Dragon and the International Space Station, so they're still able to monitor what's happening. Have good telemetry, so different sensors, the velocity of the vehicle, how the prop is doing, if any thrusters are firing, what commands are being sent.
We just had a quick TDRS handover for Dragon, so transitioning between those tracking and data relay satellites, and standing by for confirmation of that hold.
So they should now be at Waypoint One. We're just waiting for confirmation here now.
Station, it's Houston on the Big Loop for Chris monitoring.
Right, Houston.
Station, in preparation for Endeavour's manual piloting demo, you can monitor now per block Charlie in 1.104, Crew Dragon approach and retreat monitoring.
I'll be block Charlie.
I like that they're referring to the craft now as Endeavour. I mean, I know that's the name of it, but like we just didn't hear Endeavour all day yesterday, but now they're officially calling it Endeavour. So I like that they're calling it Endeavour now instead of just necessarily Dragon. Because that, in case you missed it, that's what Bob and Doug have named this Crew Dragon capsule. They've named it Endeavour. The third craft ever to be named Endeavour. I believe Apollo 15 was named Endeavour. There was Space Shuttle Endeavour, and now a Crew Dragon Endeavour. Let's see. Why does it take 19 hours to reach the International Space Station? So it's all about phasing and orbital mechanics. So you can choose different days where maybe it lines up a little bit better, and you can phase a little bit quicker. But this also has to do with rocket performance as well. But yeah, 19 hours to get there is not really that bad. I mean, really, you're just trying to catch up to the International Space Station, and because it's traveling at a constant 17,500 miles per hour, and the Crew Dragon capsule has to gradually get up to 17,500 miles per hour during the 12-minute launch phase. And then after that, and when they do that, you don't want to go straight to the International Space Station because you want to make sure you're in stable flight and you don't have to come back for any sort of emergencies. So they put themselves in a parking orbit first, which is a lower altitude orbit, which is traveling faster actually than the International Space Station is. And they will have to phase into the same orbit as the International Space Station. Then they do that over time, so that basically the space station passes them by, and then they go up in orbit, and then it comes back around again, and they catch up with it the second time around.
Waypoint 2, just 20 meters in front of Dragon.
Let's see, when will it arrive? How high above the Earth's surface is the ISS? 254 miles. I don't know what the metric conversion is of that, but 254 miles above is the altitude. Straight up. Let's go. Did the astronauts get a special diet so they don't have to get... yeah, I mean, not really a special diet. They have MREs, which are meals ready to eat.
Should be just about another minute or so until that's in place.
254 miles. Raj says that's 400 kilometers. Matul says 420 kilometers. Let's see. Payne says 394 kilometers. So it sounds like it's somewhere around 400 kilometers. Yeah, 254 miles. I know that for certain. Why do they have iPads? They're yeah, everybody's telling me 408 kilometers. Guys, you guys are all over the map on the metric conversion here. Oh, everybody's seeing on screen the 433 kilometers. Yeah, I guess that we could look at that too. Right at the top of the screen there. 433 kilometers is the... Oh, we can't see it. Let's look at this view. I have to zoom in on it so it gets a little bit grainy, but yeah, right up here, 433 kilometers is what it says the altitude is currently. So yeah, maybe a little bit. 254 is the operational altitude, but it can flux within that. It's not necessarily always locked to that, but yeah, we're at 433, but it is changing. So this is Dragon's altitude. So that may come down too, because they are, but I thought they were below the space station at this point. I thought they should have been a lower altitude. So I don't know, that doesn't make sense to me, but that's the altitude of Dragon right now.
Dragon's now transmitting docking camera and video. We want to confirm that video and data is updating in the Dragon 2 docking monitor.
Let's see, what else? Fixed your camera? I don't know. We'll find out. So far, it's okay. Wait, how long have we been live for? 41 minutes? We've had 41 minutes without a camera problem. Let's see. Which website? This is the SpaceX feed that we're watching. They should have made the zero-G indicator a lobster instead of a dinosaur, says Old Man Jenkins over on Twitch. I agree, Old Man Jenkins. Should have been a lobster. What's the logo on your cup? You talking about my NASA logo? It's a NASA logo. It says rocket fuel. Oh, hey. Look at, oops. Wrong one. This one. Look at that. How cool does that look? We can see thruster firing too. You'll see the little white spurts come out. Those are the Draco thrusters, not to be confused with the Super Draco engines. The Super Dracos are the abort motors. The Dracos are the smaller thrusters that actually perform on-orbit maneuvers.
Of Node 2, so right where Dragon's going to be headed following the completion of this manual pilot.
Yeah, so I'm not going to read your comment, Kostuik, but I read it. But I think the interesting thing about your comment is that we saw, and I'm gonna play that after docking while we wait for hatch opening. I was gonna play it beforehand, but they started early on me. So, but we had an astronaut downlink event early this morning, like 6 a.m. Eastern time. I'm gonna replay that here so you can see inside. They gave us another tour inside the capsule, which was pretty awesome. But the thing that amazed me is it looks both spacious and roomy and cramped at the same time, depending on what your perspective is. But on one hand, with the two astronauts there, especially Bob Benkin took us down below the seats. I'm like, wow, there's a lot of room below the seats. That's pretty awesome. They have a ton of room there. And I was like, wow, that's really spacious. But then on the other hand, I was like, well, wait a minute. Crew 1, which is coming up in August, is going to have 4 astronauts. They are going to be on top of each other. Like, that's a lot of people to fit in there. So
on Big Loop, you are go to execute the proximity manual flight test per procedure 4.041, and I have the target fuel levels when you are ready to copy.
sounds like they're starting the manual flight test now.
We were go for 4.041, and we're ready to copy the fuel constraint.
Your 1/3 fuel usage will be 60.9, 2/3 58.9, and terminate 57.9.
We copy 60.9, 58.9, and 57.9. We'll pick up in 4.041.
Yeah, and who was I missed who they what? Alice, Aga said you can fit 7 people in the cabin. Yeah, it has the capability to fit 7 people in the cabin, but NASA will not fly 7 people. They will only fly up to 4. So they'll have 4 seats, and they'll leave the lower section where the other 3 seats would go. The lower section will be reserved for cargo. So that's the part that I was like, wow, that looks like it has a lot of space, and that's because the 3 extra seats aren't in there. It's just all cargo. But it looks pretty cool. I'm gonna show that video after docking while we're waiting for hatch opening. Because there's a little bit of time between there where they're pressurizing and checking for leaks and things like that. A little bit of downtime. So we'll play that after docking while we're waiting for hatch opening. It looks like it isn't moving at all. I know, that's one of the crazy things, because the space station and the Crew Dragon capsule are getting so in sync with their orbits that eventually it just becomes like precisely locked in. I mean, it has to. They have to be at precisely the exact speed and velocity and altitude within like 0.2 meters or something like that. So their speed and their altitude is going to be within 0.2 meters at docking. So they have to match. That's one of the things that's crazy. And if you've ever played Kerbal Space Program, you'd really appreciate this. But if you haven't, it's hard to appreciate how hard it is to rendezvous 2 spacecraft on orbit. Like, that is crazy hard to match up. Like, you have to match up the translation, which is up, down, left, right, you know, and then you have to match up the attitude control, you know, that pitch, roll, yaw, all that kind of stuff. So you got to line up this, and make sure they're going at the same speed and make sure they meet up at the same point. Like, it's crazy what goes into an orbital rendezvous. It's so complicated, and NASA and SpaceX make it look so easy. It's amazing. Adrian says they need MechJeb, right? I need MechJeb. I can't dock without MechJeb. I'm just not that good. It's a Kerbal Space Program reference for anybody that doesn't know. Let's see. It would be useful to scroll down on the top. Yeah, sorry, I can't scroll down on the events list, but oh, there goes our camera. Well, apparently I did not fix the camera for today. How long did we make it? 47 minutes. 47 minutes we made it till the camera died. Oh, man. Figure out what the problem is with that. Beam me up, Scotty. I know, right? I gotta. Man, the camera's really complicated too. I know, right? That camera. I have to. I should see, but I can't control it if I do this. I'm not gonna. I wonder. I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna try something here. We're gonna experiment while we're on stream.
That's the nose cone on the top of your screen. So Bob and Doug would be sitting sort of underneath that nose cone and see the pressurized portion of the capsule, and their seats look up into the displays.
Okay, am I still? Yeah. Okay, I'm still here. So what I just did. Nope, we lost it. Hold on, bear with me. Experimenting here. I'll turn this up so you guys can listen while I play around.
Yeah, the Kronos and Mission Control Houston actually opened up the iris a little bit on that camera on the space station so we could see these plumes.
and SpaceX Dragon. We've completed the docking axis capture maneuver. We're going to move on to the YZ translation.
Copy, we're with you.
All right, sounds like they've got themselves lined up exactly on the docking axis, so directly in front of that international docking adapter on node 2. Now they're going to begin some lateral and axial maneuvers. So again, just putting Dragon now off the docking axis and to just continue these translational maneuvers. So at this point, we should see them head up to the right and up from this view as they're just making very small adjustments in the Dragon's positioning in front of the space station right now.
And here comes the translation.
We copy.
Yeah, in the data, it looks like we're seeing the 6 thrusters essentially on the bottom of the spacecraft right now from this view, lighting up. So it's going to begin to move them straight up. And it's difficult to tell, but there is a very slow drift upward right now.
Yeah, it looks like they're going about 0.1 meters a second, if I'm looking at this data correctly. So very slow and steady. And they will probably do a quick correction to stop that upward movement. It's a little surreal seeing Dragon so close to the space station. You know, less than 18 hours ago, I was on the pad at Launch Complex 39A.
Well,
now it's so close to its destination.
I tried to fix it.
Being piloted by humans for the second.
A couple things that I tried
already in this mission.
didn't. Couple things I tried didn't work. I don't. Oh, this is gonna drive me nuts. This is gonna be something I'm gonna be working on all week, trying to figure out what the deal is with this camera.
They both have thousands of hours in aircraft. Both test pilots.
Let's see.
From military
Uh-oh, we got some flat comments coming in. I'm gonna address them only because I think they're good educational questions. But clouds haven't moved in 1 hour. Did the Earth forget to spin at 1,000 miles per hour? So the Earth spins but the clouds spin with it. It's like all the atmosphere spins with the system. It's like if you were to put water inside a bottle and spin the bottle on the outside. When you initially start spinning, yeah, the water on the inside probably wouldn't spin with it. But if you continue spinning, eventually all the water on the inside of the bottle will spin. Even though you didn't specifically spin the water, all the water will spin because the water on the outside starts to spin by touching that wall on the outside. And the water on the inside is touching the water on the outside. So all of it starts to spin. Same thing happens with the atmosphere. It's all spinning with the Earth's rotation. Everything's spinning. It's not just the solid part of the Earth that's spinning. It's the entire atmosphere that's spinning. Same thing on other planets too, like Jupiter spins. Because Jupiter's a gas planet. Jupiter spins crazy fast, like 9 hours for a full rotation at Jupiter. So the whole planet, which includes the atmosphere, spins. They call that friction movement. Thank you, Odie. Let's see. In They're talking about your background image under your face cam. Oh, is that what you're talking about? No, that's my image. That picture there, that's from Overlook Horizon 8. That's from our weather balloon photo. That's called a still picture. That is a still picture because it's an overlay. That's part of. See, it goes away when I do this. It's still there. How's your camera software now? It's no different. It's the same. It's the same.
So Bob and Doug cleared out that small translation.
People think that's the view from the ISS. I see. I get it. I get it. I didn't realize that. Yeah, that's not part of the view. This is the overlay as part of the broadcast. That is my picture. Why do they have to dock in the shadow? Well, they're not actually docking in shadow right now. So now it's sunrise. They're docking in the middle of sunlight. So we were on the shadow side of the Earth at the beginning of the broadcast, but now they're in sunlight. This is sunlight. This is what it looks like in the middle of the day in space. Is your camera plugged into a USB hub? No, it is not. It's plugged directly into the USB bus on the tower. Do you have a green screen background that overlay is on? This part is green screen. This picture behind me is green screen. Below me, that's not even part of the camera. That's just a static image on the broadcast.
We copy. We're with you.
I can lend you a camera, Tory. I'm in England. I'll pop over. This is a brand new camera. What is pitch, yaw, roll, and docking? So pitch, like if this is the front of the ship and this is the back, pitch is this way, up and down. Yaw is this way, and roll is this way. That makes sense? Here, look at it from here. Pitch, yaw, roll. There you go. We got a little bit of debris coming through. Start the conspiracies.
So the Corps letting the crew know how much.
I have no idea what that is, to be honest, but. Where were you when I needed to explain pitch, yaw, and roll for my project? You just screen capture this, right? It's pitch, yaw, roll. That's it. That's the best I can do for explanation. How do they match the atmospheric pressure of the module and the ISS? Yeah, so when they dock, they'll have a there's the IDA, the International Docking Adapter, and there's a pressure. They can connect to pressurize the equalized pressure with the Dragon capsule, and they're going to they end up matching pressurization between the two capsules through the International Docking Adapter. I know there's a terrible explanation, but looks like it's moving slowly. It is. It's very slow to dock to the International Space Station. They generally try to keep the approach speed at like 0.2 meters per second. So very, very slow. Tom on Facebook says, my daughter asked why we can't see any stars. I tried to explain, but you could probably make it easier for her. Well, the reason you can't see any stars is that it's daytime. It's the same. So this has to do with photography and how cameras and your eyes work for that matter, but how cameras work. So in photography, in order to, here we can play around with it and I'll do it with my camera here for the most part. But right now, my camera is exposed for my face so that you can see my face properly. Stars are actually not as bright as you think they are. They're actually very, very dim, and the only reason we see them at night is because there's no light out. The stars are still there in the middle of the daytime. We just can't see them because that real big bright sun is out, and our eyes are exposing for daylight so that we can see what's going on. It's just like, when you go outside and your eyes adjust so that you can see in the dark, if all of a sudden you're in a dark room or something like that, and somebody turns the light on, your eyes go, oh man, wow, that was so bright. That's because your eyes are trying to re-expose. They were exposed for the darkness, but now they have to expose for the bright light. Same thing happens during the daytime. In the daytime, you can't see stars because your eyes are exposed, or the cameras pretty much work the same way as our eyes do, but your you're looking and you're exposed for daytime to see the brightness of the day. And that's what we're seeing here. This camera is exposed to see, it's actually overexposed right now, but it's exposed to see the brightly lit Dragon capsule, which is very bright because it's in the sunlight right now. So in order to see that brightly lit Dragon capsule, they have to close down the aperture to make it visible here. So it'd be the same thing like on my camera right now. I closed down the aperture on my camera so that you can see my face. But if I wanted you to see something that was on my background behind me, and I wanted to up the exposure on my camera and say, all right, well, let me let you see that dim light that's back there that you can't see right now. We'll open up the aperture more so that you can actually see that. It would look something like this. And this is what I would look like all of a sudden. So now I'm letting more light into the camera so that you could see the stars behind me, but you can't see me anymore because now we've let in way too much light into the camera. So that's why you can't see any stars, because they would have to expose the camera for much, much longer in order to, oop. Now I'm too dark. There we go. In order to see those stars. How's that for an explanation? Did I do all right there? Who asked that? Tom?
Resume their approach, which had actually already started automatically before the crew issued a hold command to the vehicle, and then they'll press in to arrive.
Let's see. Is the ISS outdated? Don't we need a replacement? And are there plans for one? Well, we've basically got. I mean, the ISS is constantly being updated and maintained, so it's still good to go. Let's see. Why can't we see any aliens? I don't know the answer to. Let's see.
Relatively dynamic maneuvers, and they'll continue to be suited.
Do they need to connect to the Canadarm, or does the automatic docking need it? No, they will not connect to the Canadarm. This is a direct docking, so that when they connect with the Canadarm, that's called berthing to the space station. That's how the old cargo Dragon used to go up. They would drive up or fly up next to the space station, then the Canadarm would grab it, and that's called berthing to the International Space Station. This is direct docking to the International Space Station, so no Canadarm. This will go right to the International Docking Adapter and connect right to it, and then there will be hooks that grab on and pull it in even closer.
Getting to launch in a new spacecraft, putting it through its paces.
Let's see.
Those test pilot backgrounds, testing out
how much time will it take for the completion of docking? Well, we should be about anywhere from 30 to 40 minutes away. 25 to 40 minutes away, somewhere in there. So we should be getting very close. It was originally scheduled for 31 minutes from now.
Which will return itself to the docking axis.
But they were running ahead of schedule, so we're not sure yet. I should update my events list because I haven't been listening. I don't know where we are.
Ahead. So when we do transition into that approach, Dragon will autonomously go towards Waypoint 2, which is just 20 meters away from the forward international docking adapter on Node 2. And it'll hold there. That'll give the ground team some time, both in Houston and here in Hawthorne, to do a go-no-go poll, make sure that the vehicle still looks healthy, make sure that everyone on board the space station and of course on board Dragon.
SpaceX Dragon, we completed with the translation maneuvers. We're going to pick up with the closure maneuver.
We copy. We're following along with you.
All right, sounds like they're done with their translations. They're going to start moving it back to the docking axis, put us right back on the center line, and then we're going to resume that approach into station.
Let's see, I just updated the events list there now because I don't think we've done the go-no-go poll for Waypoint 2 yet. What did you think about the weather clearing up right before launch? I thought it was crazy. I didn't think it was going to happen. I thought for sure it was going to get scrubbed yesterday. Somebody asked, what is T+? T+ is the mission elapsed time. So we launched The mission launched 18 hours and 30 minutes ago, so we're 18 hours into flight. So T0 would have been launch time. Let's see, we still, my event just updated automatically again. Let me fix that again, because we still haven't done the go, no go poll for Waypoint 2 yet, so let's see, I guess we'll put that, I'm just making up times here now, because I don't know when they're gonna go. Where is the NASA shirt? I know, I skipped the NASA. I went 2 days with the NASA shirt. I figured we ought to skip the NASA shirt today. Let's see, where... Oh, this is an interesting song. Oh, wait, that's on the stream. Why is the stream playing music now? The SpaceX stream is playing music. I don't know why all of a sudden that... I was like, wait a minute, that's not my music. I don't know why they're playing music all of a sudden. I gotta turn that down. I'm gonna have to... Sorry, I'm listening. I can't play the stream because they're playing music, but their SpaceX is talking. So they said they've used 2/3 of their fuel budget right now. For manual, they're doing a manual flight test right now. They've used 2/3 of the manual flight test fuel budget. Let's see. What else do we have for comments here? Why are the clouds not moving? They're in stationary orbit. This is not part of the stream. Well, it's part of my stream. It's part of my overlay. This is what we're looking at right now. This is the docking stream. It's just black with the Dragon capsule. This is part of my overlay. I guess I didn't foresee that being confusing, but I can see how it is confusing since the Earth is not actually in the view at all. I did not foresee that. That is my picture. We took that picture on Overlook Horizon 8. What time will they be joined? Well, they're scheduled to dock. Supposed to be 10:27, but this part of the timeline is very fluid. They don't have a super set timeline here. It's not like Countdown. This part is very fluid and will change. Where is the cam? We're looking. This is a camera on board the International Space Station, looking at Crew Dragon. How long will it take? Because I have to step. Well, we should be within about 30 minutes. They're at Waypoint 1 right now. We're waiting on Waypoint 2. Waypoint 2 is the last waypoint before they dock. So they're only about 200 meters away from the International Space Station. They will soon be about 20. They're going to go towards Waypoint 2, which is 20 meters away from the International Space Station. So we're still waiting on that. Right now you can see a nice view of Bob and Doug inside the cockpit. They have their spacesuits back on. So they do put their spacesuits back on for the docking procedure. Just in case, I mean, because they are putting two spacecraft together in case there's some sort of depressurization event. They want to make sure that they've got their suits ready for that sort of event, and then once they actually dock to the International Space Station, they will take those suits off again. So they did have to put the suits back on. They did that right before we went live, about an hour and 15 minutes ago. They put their spacesuits back on. You see my messages in Discord? No, I don't see your messages in Discord there, Sebi. I don't know why. Why are they not coming up on my panel? Now I see them. Let me see. turn on, oh, I guess I don't have slow mode on. Let me turn on slow mode so we can prevent some chat abuse. I guess I'd have that on by default. I'm not sure why we don't have that on by default. Sorry, everybody, but we gotta have that. We gotta turn on slow mode to prevent some abuse here. May have to change that. Okay, I'm gonna keep my phone up here, Sebi, so that if you send me another Discord message, I don't know why it's not showing up on my HUD here, the heads-up display. We'll see. Hey, Deborah, thanks for the super chat there. Appreciate that. Wouldn't it be great to see Starman, the red Tesla, fly by? Yeah, unfortunately, Starman is nowhere nearby at this point, but it would be pretty great to see Starman. I would love to. It would be awesome if we just had I would love to see a mission to just go visit Starman. I think that would be awesome. I don't think we'll ever see that because it would be completely pointless, but I would love to see a mission to go visit Starman. I think that would be awesome. Hopefully Elon will SpaceX will be doing so well and be so flush with cash that they'll just be like, yeah, let's just send a satellite to go visit Starman. Why not? Wouldn't that be awesome? It'd be a good demonstration mission for, like, rendezvous with a craft that's in heliocentric orbit. Yeah. Isn't Starman on its way to Mars? Starman is in heliocentric orbit right now. You can actually go to, I think it's whereisstarman.com, and they have the orbital TLE. I forget what TLE stands for, but it's the orbital parameters. I mean, because basically, once you get the final orbital parameters, whereisroadster.com, that's what it is. Once you get the final orbital parameters, like, it doesn't change anymore. So it's, like, it's static. It doesn't, so you can predict exactly where it is. So this is whereisroadster.com here. And right here, oh wait, so here, this is June 15th. Let's go back to, what's today, May 31st? That's where Roadster is today, the Tesla Roadster. So we're here, Mars is here, Tesla Roadster is here. That's the current location of Starman. Way out there. Past Mars, actually, at this point. It's there. It's courtesy of whereisroadster.com. If you want to check that out and go see what's happening with Roadster. ISS, that's a good idea. Somebody was asking where is the ISS. We should get a map up that shows that. Oh yeah, look at this. Right here. So you can see on the left and right screens there, those are their docking screens that each of them sees. And so that's the same thing you would see at that ISS simulator, iss-sim.spacex.com. Same idea, except this is the real deal. This is the real thing. So they would see this is a camera from the docking port right here. So we're looking out the docking port at the International Space Station. How cool is that? Like, look at that. Like, that just looks so massive, approaching the International Space Station right there. How cool is that? That's pretty awesome looking. Why not orbit the ISS around the moon to study better? Well, that's what the Lunar Gateway is going to be. Pretty much the ISS around the moon. So yeah, the Lunar Gateway is planned to be an orbiting space station around the moon. So we may get that here in the next, oh, what happened? That's not me. That's the stream. There you go. They're going to give us an idea of where the space station is. we are. Let's see. Yeah, so there's our map there. Hey, John, thanks for the super chat. Best coverage out there. Keep up the hard work. Hello from London. Thanks, John. Really appreciate that. ISS is ready for docking. And I still don't think we've done the go no go poll, so I guess I oughta. They haven't started the approach yet. Have we started? I don't think we've started yet, have we? Maybe we did start. Are we... Somebody correct me. Are we approaching Waypoint 2? Did I miss that? They're approaching 2. They started 2 or 3 minutes ago. Okay. Thank you for that. I didn't hear it, but yeah, it did look like they were getting closer. I was like, oh man, I think we are approaching. So there we go. Now we're getting close. Look at this. Look how close we're getting. What's happening? Oh, we need this.
Are the,
oh, you guys aren't hearing
bulkhead Dracos.
You guys aren't hearing the audio, are you?
While
let me turn this up.
We were conducting all those burns.
Sorry.
The 5 burns to get to this point.
I thought this whole time you guys were hearing that audio. I had it on mute.
We don't have a reason to use those.
I could hear it. You guys couldn't. Sorry.
Corrections with the service section Dracos. And you can see the service section actually pretty clearly here too. There's a black portion and a white portion sort of separated by a fin. The black portion is solar panels, solar cells that'll charge Dragon's batteries, and the bottom side are the white portion is actually a thermal radiator that's used to keep the spacecraft nice and cool. Of course, the avionics and the cabin, making sure that Bob and Doug are comfortable inside.
There we go.
Looks like we're getting a shadow cast. We are just 60 meters away, continuing to close in.
Shadow right on the capsule there.
Until we're at that hold point. Should get there in just over 2 minutes. Meanwhile, teams in Hawthorne and in Houston doing their internal go, no go for docking. They're going to get all the teams polled. Once everyone's go, we'll be able to give Dragon the final go ahead for the vehicle to autonomously fly in and dock with the International Space Station. Should be coming up on Waypoint 2 arrival in just about 1 minute, 45 seconds. At this point, it'll be 20 meters away from that docking port. The International Docking Adapter number 2 attached to pressurized mating adapter number 2 at the very forward end of the Harmony module.
Right there on the, right around the center, you can see the forward hatch. It's got a window in it. You can see a couple of handles, and there's some features that look sort of bronze-ish. Those are the pedals that we were talking about earlier as part of the soft capture system. So pretty wild, too, to see. We're so close that we're getting shadows from the station on Dragon. Wow.
Look at how awesome that looks.
And we're getting these views of Dragon's approach from two cameras that are right next to that docking adapter. And the movement's a little jarring at times. These cameras are being commanded by a person at the Cronus console in Mission Control Houston, and they send some very basic function commands to the camera, which it then executes automatically. And so they're continuing to follow Dragon in, so we do thank them for their diligence to give us these views of this historic moment as we are just less than 30 meters away from docking.
30 meters. Woo!
Right above the NASA meatball logo, you can see three of the service section Draco.
Oh, look at
thrusters.
Shadow coming in. Shadow from station coming in now.
Right, 12 in all. So the 4 of those clusters spread around the vehicle, used for a lot of the attitude control and any small translational maneuvers like we just watched Bob and Doug execute with their second manual flight test.
Yeah, and actually oriented in a way, too, where if you were to lose some of those thrusters, you still have redundancy and control in those axes. That's part of the reason why they're sort of at the angles that they are.
All right, so we should be getting to Waypoint 2 right now. So it looks like we do have that hold.
There we go. There's the hold at Waypoint 2. So now this is 20 meters away from station.
Ground is go for approach 2. We will be enabling the resume shortly. As a reminder, ensure your visors are closed prior to Dragon's departure from the waypoint. And once Dragon is inside, the crew hands-off point, retreat, and breakout are not permitted. And for your awareness, we have sunset in a little less than 8.5 minutes.
So we're gonna have sunset in 8 minutes. We might be docking under sunset. Oh man.
Copies all on the big loop. Go for docking.
So there we go. They're go for docking.
So Doug on the spacecraft confirming their go for docking. They're going to put down their visors. Got some instructions there about the crew hands-off point that we had talked about earlier. That's a point where we don't want the crew issuing any commands to the vehicle. It's about just about 2 meters away from the docking adapter. I believe the number is about 1.7 meters.
Yeah, once they get within...
Houston on the big loop. Houston and station are now go for docking. Chris, you can monitor per steps 3 and 4. 3 and 4 in 1.104 Crew Dragon approach and retreat monitoring.
Copy steps 3 and 4. Next Dragon on the big loop. Our visors are down.
Visors are closed and locked. Ready for docking. That's really just in case there was some sort of catastrophic, collision or something, or depressurization.
We should see the final approach resume.
Dragon on the big loop. We are inbound from approach 2.
Copy inbound.
There we go.
Copy.
They've started.
And we're going to be racing that sunset. The approach has resumed. Dragon closing in. We're inside 20 meters. And yeah, that crew hands-off point should come up in about 3 minutes or so. Right before we get that final docking, it comes about 20 seconds prior, or just about 2 meters away from the station still. And that's just the crew not issuing any abort commands. At that point, it would be too late. And so any aborts would be executed automatically by Dragon itself. So we're closing in at less than 1/10 of a meter per second at this point.
You can see the service section Draco is just doing all these very small, minor attitude corrections. really the autonomous docking system at work, making sure that the vestibule and the soft capture system is lined up with IDA-2. It's the international docking adapter.
Here it is, coming in, just a few meters away, approaching at 0.1 meters per second. Look, you can see
much more clearly there the hinge mechanism for
the
the nose cone. Those 4 black circles are the forward bulkhead Dracos, not to be used at this time. And then, of course, the pedals of the soft capture system. Wow.
Does the ISS compensate for docking? No, the ISS pretty much just stays still. It's really just the Dragon that's performing.
Dragon on the big loop, we're inside 10 meters. We cannot make out the docking target, but we do see the outline.
10 meters.
Concur, 10 meters.
All right, we're less than 10 meters away. Again, we're closing at that rate of less than 1/10 of a meter per second. We should be just about 1 minute 45 seconds away from docking.
There's a center line camera right in that middle, so that you can see where the forward hatch is, and right in the middle of that there's a window, and there's a center line camera that is aligned with the center of the vehicle and the center of the docking mechanism. So that is what the autonomous docking system is using to line up with sort of a cross-hatch, cross-target on the docking port. Again, the forward docking port on PMA2, or the pressurized mating adapter.
And we are just 5 meters away.
5 meters
Again,
now.
We're racing that sunset. This Dragon continues to close, 4 meters to go.
The
4
shadows
meters.
of the space station on the vehicle.
Bring her in. Easy does it. Look at the shadows encroaching.
You can actually see the centerline camera pretty clearly there, sort of with the contrast of the sun right now.
Right.
3 meters to go.
3 meters. Right at 1.7 meters, they'll have no manual abort capabilities.
2 meters.
2 meters, so the manual abort should be off the table now.
We are inside the hands-off point, the chop, the crew hands-off point. 1 meter to go.
Look at this. I'm going to get out of the way. Here it is. Bring her in. Oh,
Soft capture complete.
there it is.
Soft capture confirmed. Stand by for retraction and docking.
That's soft capture. Now they'll
We
be...
just heard it, soft capture. We have docking, that coming at 7:16 a.m. Pacific time, with the station and Dragon flying 262 statute miles right over the border between northern China and Mongolia.
You saw a little bit of motion there of Dragon. That was that relative motion that the soft capture system is damping out. Once that motion is clear, then the soft capture system will be retracted, and Dragon will go for hard capture.
So it's docked at this point. So hard capture is going
And
to...
if just now tuning in, that soft capture, that docking coming 7:16 a.m. Pacific, 10:16 a.m. over on the East Coast. Dragon and the International Space Station were flying 262 statute miles right over the border between northern China and Mongolia. So that soft capture ring now going to retract. It's one more step on the way to docking complete.
On board.
So we've got soft
Yeah,
captures.
so the
This is
next
about
step here,
11
once
minutes
the soft capture ring is
earlier
retracted,
than they
there are
scheduled for, so
12
they're ahead of
latches
schedule.
that we refer to as hard capture latches. Those are what will really create that pressure-tight seal between the Dragon spacecraft and the International Space Station. So once soft capture is complete, and I believe we'll get that call from our core here, Anna, then we'll get confirmation of hard capture, and the crew, of course, aboard have this information on their displays, so they'll also see indication of hard capture complete. And once those two steps are done, then that's docking complete.
That's right, and we're expecting to hear some words from everybody. A pretty monumental moment. I mean, for Doug Hurley, he's returning to where he last docked almost 9 years ago on the very last space shuttle mission, now commanding the very first commercial spacecraft to deliver astronauts to the International Space Station.
That's got to be cool for them. They've mentioned quite a few times that they're best friends, our favorite dads in space, as we've been calling them. This has got to be really cool for them. It's got to be really cool for their families too, watching this.
So at this point now, so we have soft capture. We've docked to the International Space Station. They're waiting on hard capture. Hard capture is soft capture is just the initial grab of the spacecraft, so it doesn't go away. But you can't open the hatch there. So they've got a hard capture, pull it in. They will need to perform a leak check and pressurization matching. They'll take off their spacesuits, and hatch opening won't be for a little while. So it's going to be some time before we get the hatch opening, but they'll do hatch opening. We'll have a welcoming ceremony, and then that'll be it for us for this morning. They will be docked to the International Space Station. They are docked to the International Space Station, but we're just waiting for hard dock here.
That'll set up the vehicle to put in the hard capture pins. There's 12 of those around the docking ring, and that's what creates that airtight seal between the Dragon spacecraft and the International Space Station. The volume between, which we refer to as the vestibule, is currently not pressurized. Of course, it was just exposed to the vacuum of space until literally minutes ago, about 4 minutes ago. So just waiting for the vehicle to get that.
Dragon SpaceX, ring retraction complete. Docking sequence is holding for MCS reconfiguration.
I don't know what
we
MCS is.
See those ready to hook indicators are lighting up green, so we should be just about to step into those 12 hooks beginning to engage to get that secure mate between Dragon and the international docking adapter on the space station.
Wow, right now those two vehicles are flying together. They are attached to each other.
That's pretty awesome. So I'm gonna keep listening in here, and we'll get listen in for a little while. But yeah, so to give you the plan, we'll go through hard capture. Hatch opening is going to happen in a little while, but they still got to take their suits off. Equalize pressure, because that, like they just said in the thing, in the broadcast there, the IDA, which is the International Docking Adapter, that's the adapter between the space station and where Crew Dragon docks to. That International Docking Adapter is universal, so that there's multiple vehicles like Crew Dragon, the Boeing Starliner, they can all interface with that International Docking Adapter. You don't have to have a unique docking adapter for every single craft that visits. They now have the IDA, International Docking Adapter. I think it's IDA 2, actually, International Docking Adapter 2, that they dock to. But the IDA was just exposed to the vacuum of space. There's a hatch closed back by the space station. That's closed to keep the space station pressure in. But the outside was exposed to space, so now we just docked the Crew Dragon capsule to it. There's still, a relative vacuum there in between the Crew Dragon capsule and the space station. They'll need to get hard dock to seal that up. Then they'll pressurize it. They'll check for leaks, make sure everything is good to go, and that's when they start opening the hatch. They'll open the hatch on the outside. They'll open the hatch on the Crew Dragon side, and then they'll be in. So. Oh, wow. All right, my camera just went nuts. That was a new camera error.
And Dragon now given the go to drive those hooks. We have to do that changeover of attitude control before we drive those hooks, as the Russian thrusters a little bit more dynamic in their control of attitude, and if you had a thruster firing while you were starting to drive those hooks, that could miss a line. So going over to the smoother control moment gyros on the US side, now controlling the attitude on board the station, and those hooks, those 12 hooks on Dragon, about to start driving.
Right now, Dragon and ISS attached, just flying off the east coast of China, just underneath Japan. Attached to each other, we recently passed over to the orbital night, so we're on the currently the dark side of the world. And actually, we're lucky enough to see soft capture happen just as we were crossing over the Terminator line.
And if you're wondering what you're looking at, this is one of the cameras on the very outboard part of the Japanese experiment module, looking back in towards the very front part of Node 2, where Dragon is currently docked. We are in an orbital nighttime, that's why everything is so dark.
Sally says on Periscope there, so the foyer needs to be resealed, so to speak. Yeah, they call it the vestibule, technically, that they have to seal up and pressurize.
Still illuminated above it, and it is currently attached to an international.
Let's see. Let me take a look at some other questions here while we're waiting for hard dock, and we'll go back. Let's see. Definitely a historic moment. They'll change the space game, says Hap over on Facebook. Everybody's going nuts. I like the bazinga from Billy over on Facebook. Let's see, what else did we miss here for questions?
Have a few more steps before they can actually get aboard and ingress to the international. That's what we heard over the big loop. That transition, which allows us to then.
Let's see, everybody talking about my camera. Yeah, I don't know what the camera issues are. I'm gonna have to sort that out. I do have a backup camera. I could switch out the camera bodies. I don't know if it's the camera bot. I still don't know what it is. Camera body, software, not sure. But I don't have enough time to troubleshoot it between yesterday and today, or even during the stream. So, unfortunately, we're just gonna fight through the camera issues when they come up, and we'll get them fixed quickly and continue.
So we want to make sure we're keeping all of that valuable.
Yeah, we just docked with the ISS. We're waiting on hard capture now. They dock at 0.1 meters per second. Some people are asking what the speed was. How long until hard capture? Should be fairly soon. I'd expect it'd be expected in about 7 minutes from now, but I think they're going to complete it early because they are way ahead of schedule.
Bob and Doug also standing by for this hard capture to complete. And once we have that docking complete call, they'll be able to start stepping through a number of procedures to get them ready to move into the International Space Station. They'll get the go-ahead to doff or get out of their suits, and then they'll have some activities on the Dragon side to prepare for the hatch opening. Chris Cassidy will mainly be working on the station side to pressurize the vestibule. So as Shiv has talked about, the space between the Dragon capsule and the space station was exposed to vacuum, and even after this tight seal has occurred, we'll still be at vacuum inside. So we'll actually open up a valve to supply air from the station side into that space between the Dragon and station hatchways, and they'll get it up to the same ambient pressure that we'll have inside of Dragon and on the station itself. They'll wait for it to thermally balance out, make sure we don't have any temperature swings as we're bringing it up from vacuum. So probably from a very cold temperature up to about 72 degrees that they have in their cabin temperature on board the station, and then we'll get the hatches open.
Dragon SpaceX, hard capture complete. Stand by for docking completion.
There we go. There's hard capture.
Now that hard capture is complete, so that's confirmation of those 12 latches to create that airtight seal. Now that's complete, the umbilicals from the station side will interface with the Dragon vehicle umbilicals, and that'll provide power and communications through space station directly to Dragon. Pretty much the whole way up, Dragon's been using a combination of batteries and its solar cells pointed at the sun to make sure that it has enough electrical power for the journey up.
Open the pod bay doors, Hal. Yeah, right. Yeah,
we're just standing by now for that umbilical to get mated, and that's gonna, again, as Shiv was just saying, start the power and data transfer between Dragon and the space station. They've been transmitting data through RF radio frequency on the way uphill, and during the final approach, this will give a hard mate, basically a wired LAN connection between the Dragon spacecraft and the International Space Station itself, and then also being able to draw power from the station systems using those great big solar arrays that are used to generate all of the electricity for systems on board the station.
Tom wants to know if this is live. You're live, Tom. We're here. This is happening now, Tom. This is real life. So yeah, right now what they're doing is they're mating to the International Space Station. So they're docked. They have soft docking, which just it's like it latches onto the International Space Station, but it's a pretty loose connection, just holding it in place until they can perform hard docking. Hard docking is a set of hooks that pull the Crew Dragon capsule into the space station, and that's a very secure connection. That's how it will remain attached to the International Space Station for the next anywhere from 4 to 16 weeks. They don't have a concrete timeline yet for how long they're going to stay on the International Space Station, but it'll be between 4 and 16 weeks. They'll make that decision sometime in the next 30 days, depending on how well the next mission, Crew 1, which is scheduled for August, how well that's progressing towards meeting its August launch time frame. If
Docking sequence is complete.
There you go, docking sequence complete. That's it. They are officially fully docked now. Now they just have to, at this point, now they have to...
Dragon, we copy docking complete. To say that it's been a real honor to be just a small part of this 9-year endeavor since the last time the United States spaceship had docked with the International Space Station. We have to congratulate the men and women of SpaceX at Hawthorne, McGregor, and at Kennedy Space Center. Their incredible efforts over the last several years to make this possible cannot go overstated. I'd also like to thank Kathy Leaders and her team of the Commercial Crew Program of NASA. An outstanding job by everyone. Last, I'd like to thank the men and women of the National Aeronautics and Space Agency. This is an incredible time to be at NASA. 3 new vehicles to be flown, continuing mission in low Earth orbit, and then to the moon and Mars. We thank you again and congratulate you.
Dragon arriving. Crew of Expedition 63 is honored to welcome Dragon and the Commercial Crew Program to welcome aboard the International Space Station. Bob and Doug, glad to have you as part of the crew. Well done. Bravo Zulu.
We're happy. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Chris.
Endeavour, this is Houston. Bob and Doug, welcome to the International Space Station after your spectacular rendezvous and docking of the first Crew Dragon vehicle. For the first time since the retirement of the Space Shuttle, you have completed a historic ride to the ISS and have opened up a new chapter in human space exploration. On behalf of the flight control teams here in Houston and in Hawthorne, California, and to our SpaceX colleagues, bravo on a magnificent moment in spaceflight history and on the start of a new journey that has changed the face of space travel in this new era of space transportation. Bob and Doug, good luck, and we look forward to working with you on board.
Dragon, SpaceX, Bob and Doug, we here at SpaceX are honored to have been part of ushering in this new era of human spaceflight. On behalf of the SpaceX and NASA partnership, congratulations on a phenomenal accomplishment and welcome to the International Space Station.
Well, thank you, Anna.
we appreciate all the good words and everyone thanking us, but it truly was a magnificent effort by the entire team, the SpaceX team, the NASA team, and a team across America who was able to pull this off and bring human spaceflight again to our nation. Thanks for everything. Happy to be aboard.
And Dragon SpaceX, with that, ground will be enabling hardline power and comm connection shortly. You are go to doff your suits per procedure 4.012. We will be configuring your video to go external shortly, and we have one request for Bob's suit doffing when you're ready to copy.
A request for suit doffing?
During your approach suit leak check, we noticed Bob's suit pass with a lower PSID than his previous vehicle and O&C checks. We still had plenty of margin to support you in a depress, but in order to rule out potential hardware issues, when Bob is doffing, after he opens his structural zipper, check all 3 bladder zipper heads to see if any are partially closed. It is possible that if the head is backed off slightly, that the white tooth is partially visible or a small gap can be seen between the end of the zipper head and the gasket end. Please report observations.
Sounds like there's a little bit of a leak in Bob's suit.
Copy. Bob will take a close look at his zippers when he doffs, and he'll get doffing first, so we'll let you know as soon as we see something or if we see something.
Great. Thank you so much.
Wow. So now Dragon has completed its docking sequence. There's a number of checks. That was
yeah. So yeah, everybody said Bob didn't zip up correctly. Yeah, apparently not. Apparently Bob didn't get the zippers correctly. Sounds like there was a little bit of a leak. They had a lower pressurization in his suit than in previous measurements is what I gathered out of that. And so they were wondering if there was it sounded like just a tiny bit of a leak, because it said they had enough margin to handle a depressurization. So it wasn't a danger to him, but it sounds like maybe he had a little tiny pinhole leak or something like that. Yeah, and they did, TP Seeker mentions they did have to dry them earlier when they took them off the first time. They had to dry them. But this is one of the things that they're testing while they're on orbit right now. They're testing these weird things that you wouldn't think of, like just putting the suit back on themselves. When they were on the ground, somebody else they put the suit on themselves, but they had handlers. People were, touching them and putting their, checking their zippers and making sure everything was all set and inspecting everything and this and another thing. So now they're responsible to do it all themselves, which I'm sure they're plenty capable of doing, but
lowered, and I do see white teeth visible on both sides. It looks like a full white tooth. I'll give you an update once I get to the leg zipper.
Copy. White teeth on both sides, and we'll await your next status.
So the crew right now just going through some checks of their gloves. They're about to get out of their suits. That'll be the first step for the crew on board Dragon. For the crew on board station, Chris Cassidy's going to start getting that vestibule pressurized, and then they're going to do leak checks. So they're going to be actually taking atmosphere from station, putting it into that vestibule, and then once we get all the leak checks done, things are thermally stabilized, it'll be time for hatch opening. We'll be able to see Bob and Doug get into the space station for the first time from on board the Dragon spacecraft. And again, for Doug Hurley, this is the exact port he was at almost 9 years ago when he was on the very last Space Shuttle mission, and now he's commanding the first commercial vehicle to dock with the International Space Station. I think that's going to do it for us in Hawthorne. We're going to give you into the very capable hands of Gary Jordan to take you through the rest of the hatch opening. We're going to be watching from here and following along. We can't wait to see these crew members on board the International Space Station. Thank you for everybody who tuned in. We hope you enjoyed the launch. We hope you enjoyed the ride uphill. We really hope you were with us every single moment from suit up until now, so you've been up for over 24 hours. But it's been an incredible experience for us to see these guys get on board the International Space Station, to watch Dragon go through the paces, to be lofted into orbit on Falcon 9. Something we've been waiting for years, seeing it come to fruition. I'm still grappling with.
Dragon, SpaceX
but
on
was
Dragon
really
to ground.
incredible.
Video is
and
no
Shiva,
interior.
it was an honor doing this with you today.
Yeah, absolutely, Dan. They
Dragon, copy. Thanks, Anna.
can't step on the crew. That's the one rule.
Yeah.
But, there were some really great words there from all of the flight control teams about how this was a joint partnership between NASA and SpaceX. I think everyone is over the moon here at SpaceX for this. Bob and Doug have got to be excited, and now back to business to get the Vestibule ready to go and then get them on board the station. So again, thank you for following us. Please continue to watch as Gary takes over for the hatch opening portion. And keep following our social media for more updates on what's happening with Hatch Open.
Over to you, Gary.
All right, so it sounds like maybe they're going to turn this over to NASA TV here now. It looks like the SpaceX folks, which we were looking at, these guys from SpaceX, are going to be done with their portion of the broadcast. I don't know if the SpaceX, I think we're watching the SpaceX webcast, so I don't know if this ends, we may have to switch over to NASA TV. Oh my God. I did not notice
And I hear
this
you loud
entire
and
time. Did anybody notice that at the end? I had it minimized, but there was a partition between the two hosts, a clear partition, presumably for the whole pandemic stuff. But I didn't even notice that this entire time. It was probably there all day yesterday and all day today. Did not notice that there was a clear partition between the two hosts there. The only reason I noticed it is right before they signed off, they went to go like elbow bump, and it started shaking the partition. I was like, oh, there's a partition there. I did not even know that. It was crazy. If you didn't see that, let me back it up. Because I thought that was so, I don't know why. Maybe all of you guys noticed it, and it was just me that was an idiot. But there it is, right here. Oh, wait. I gotta go, let's see. Forward a little bit. Forward. Keep going. Oh, there it is. Look at right here. Didn't even notice that partition until right there. Yeah, I don't know why that was something I paid attention to so closely, but anyways, but yeah, now so we're docked to the International Space Station. They're going to do leak checks and pressurize the vestibule. That's the area in between. That's where the International Docking Adapter is. That's the area between Crew Dragon and the space station hatch. They need to pressurize that because it's vacuum right now, and so they're going to pump atmosphere into that area there, what they call the vestibule, to equalize the pressure. They'll need to make sure that the Dragon capsule, the vestibule, and space station are all pressurized equally. They'll pressurize them to 14.7 psi, which is regular sea level pressure that you would have here on Earth. So the space station is always at sea level pressure. Crew Dragon is at sea level pressure as well. Right now, the vestibule is at like practically zero pressure. So yeah, they'll pressurize that vestibule area to get them all to match up and be equalized. Then they will open, I believe they're going to open, yeah, they're going to open the space station hatch first, and then they will open the Crew Dragon hatch second. I believe that's how that's going to work, but we're going to find out here in a little while. It's going to be a little bit before we get to hatch opening. They're probably going to open the hatch early now, I imagine. They were not scheduled to open the hatch for another 2 hours, but they are ahead of schedule by quite a bit. So I would expect that we'll have hatch opening much sooner than that. They're going to take. They weren't even supposed to be. Was it 2 hours? Yeah. They weren't even supposed to be taking their suits off for another 30 minutes, and they're already doing that, and they're already starting the leak checks. So that's all underway. That was supposed to be 30 minutes from now. So they're running anywhere from 15 to 30 minutes ahead of schedule here. So they've got a little bit of buffer time built in, and this is all flexible time here, this docking procedure. This is not nearly as pinpoint critical as the as the countdown is for launch.
In between the station.
Yeah, they're just talking about doing all the pressurization, so they're going to work on that now here. Let's see. Let's get to some of your questions and see what we had here. Why does it take so long for the hatch to open? Mostly it's for pressurization. It's pressurization and leak checks. Like you don't want to open that up. The pressurization takes a long time. They don't have anything to do that like in super. I mean, they do. There's a lot to pressurize there, but it just takes a while. It takes a while to pump all that atmosphere in there and bring it up to 14 from 0 to 14.7 psi. I don't know. That's not my camera this time. That's their camera freaking out now. Let's go up and see a couple more comments. When will you be going to space? Yeah, probably not anytime soon. It'd be nice, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I could get permission from the family to go. We'll just watch it from here. Let's see. Space legs? Well, they probably will have space legs after their trip. It depends on how long it will be. I mean, the longer they're on the space station, the more that's gonna affect them when they come back. Because they don't use their muscles, nearly as much to support their body while they're on station at the International Space Station. They're gonna be there from anywhere from 4 to 16 weeks. Be docked to the International Space Station. They haven't made a decision yet on exactly how long it will be, but they'll make that decision sometime within the next 30 days. Let's see. They allow shorts on the ISS. Yeah, they got to be comfortable. Let's see. Looks a lot of people confused about my overlay here. This is not part of the broadcast. This is my picture that's below here. Let's continue on. What else do we got here? We'll turn this up so we can listen in while I read the comments. Of course, now they're not saying anything. Show the dock dragon. Yeah, we'll go back. We can go back and look at that. We also have, so before everybody jumps out, we have an astronaut tour of the capsule that was played early this morning. We're going to go back and look at that because we've got some time here. So we're going to go look at the astronaut broadcast, the downlink event that was a couple hours ago, early this morning. We're going to look at that event so you can see a little tour around the inside of the Dragon capsule, what they've been doing after they had lived and slept in it.
Again, a few milestones.
And so we'll go take a look at that. We'll probably replay the docking a little bit as well.
Has been successfully switched from control moment gyro only.
We've also
enabling some of the thrusters on the International Space Station. We also just received word that Dragon is successfully.
Let's see. Do they?
ISS power connection has been established.
A lot of people talking about the quarantine, especially after I brought up the partition bit.
And there you have it. Dragon is successfully receiving power from the International Space Station.
Yeah, that's a good point. So Dragon will get its power and environmental controls and everything will be handled by Space Station now instead of Crew Dragon. Data connections will be there so they can directly interface with the Crew Dragon capsule. They don't have to radio communicate with it anymore. So power and data go directly to the Crew Dragon capsule while they're attached for the next 4 to 16 weeks. But a lot of people talking about the coronavirus and the social distancing and quarantining and things like that. Just keep in mind, we mentioned this a whole bunch yesterday on stream, but the astronauts, even without the current pandemic, would be quarantining before they go to the International Space Station. They have done that for decades, quarantining, going all the way back to the Apollo era. They would be quarantining themselves. I mean, it's gotten a little more rigid over time, but the current pandemic situation is actually not, it doesn't really change a whole lot of what the astronauts go through for quarantine procedures. They've always been quarantining. Really, it's affecting the ground crew more than it is the astronauts. The astronauts go into quarantine regardless because they don't want to bring any illness on board the space station, no matter what it is. So they're actually better equipped to handle it than probably than anything else that's going on. Let's see. Let's go back up. Yeah, first time in 9 years that we've attached the International Space Station with an American rocket here, so that's pretty awesome. Let's see what else we can find here. We got nothing, no sound on the NASA broadcast, so we'll just keep it up and keep listening in for that.
For those of you just joining us, you are getting a live look at NASA astronaut Chris Cassidy, commander of the International Space Station, doing some of the prep work to open up the hatch and get ready to welcome Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley aboard the International Space Station. They launched successfully yesterday at 2:22 p.m. Central Time, 3:22 p.m. Eastern, and docked successfully with a contact and capture just a little bit ago at 9:16 a.m. Central Time, 10:16 Eastern.
When are they returning to Earth? Yeah, so we've mentioned it. I know we mentioned it a couple times, but I think it's a pretty common question. We don't know yet. 4 to 16 weeks. They will decide sometime in the next 30 days. Everybody's making space pants jokes. I like that. Space pants. Just because Chris Cassidy's wearing shorts. What did you think? What did you guys think they would wear up on station? They can wear shorts. Why not? It's not like it's cold outside. They can wear shorts. They can wear pants. You know, whatever's comfortable for them.
That was moved to control moment gyros for hard mate, making sure that everything lined up and we got those ready to hook indicators green before driving those hooks. The attitude control has since been switched to enable some thrusters on the International Space Station. We did get confirmation of good power being delivered from ISS to the Dragon. Next will be to test some hard line communication between Dragon and the International Space Station.
How do they open the hatch if nobody's in the space station? Well, there is somebody in the space station. We're looking, this is inside the space station. That's Chris Cassidy, who's currently on board the space station. He has been on board the space station for quite a while now. So yeah, there are 3 people at the International Space Station right now. And Chris Cassidy he's doing all the prep work from inside the space station. And so they're going to get that open. I believe that they can do all of this from outside the space station as well in the event that they had to leave the station and have nobody on board. They can open the hatch from the other side. But yeah, generally there's always a crew on board the space station. But I think they have the capability to open it from the outside, even if they couldn't. One thing that's kind of interesting, if you look at the hatch, you'll see an American flag on the hatch behind. We can't see it because Chris Cassidy's in the way right now, but right behind him, towards the bottom section of the hatch, there is an American flag. That is the American flag that was brought up on the very last Space Shuttle mission, STS-135. It was brought up by Doug Hurley was on that mission. So Doug Hurley was actually part of the crew that brought that American flag up to the International Space Station on STS-135. And then when they got up there, they left it there with the intention of whoever the first American visiting spacecraft was that would go back to the International Space Station would retrieve that American flag and bring it back. So it's very interesting because Doug was on the last Space Shuttle mission. He will retrieve that and actually bring the American flag home. So he was part of the crew that brought it up there, and now he will be bringing it back. I'm hearing background sounds in my studio here. I don't know what those sounds are.
Hard line, at which time we're going to do a couple comm checks. We just want to make sure everybody's on board with that and aware. So Dragon, first, maybe let me know if you hear this and if you're go with that plan.
Yeah, Houston, Endeavor on the big loop. We had you loud and clear.
Houston Station copies and concurs.
Okay, Endeavour and Station, we have you loud and clear on RF right now. We are putting it in work now, so transitioning comm system to hardline, and we'll call you back for voice checks momentarily.
Never copy.
So I think what we ought to do next here is see if I can find it. But we should do a replay of the tour from earlier, from inside. Can we go back that far? Well, let me rewind back that far. Let's see.
This is Mission Control Houston. The voice you just heard was Capcom Joshua Kutrick from here in Mission Control Houston, relaying through the big loop that's integrated communications with Dragon and the International Space Station, just taking us through those procedures until we get to hatch opening. Now, there's an umbilical connection with Dragon, connecting Dragon to the International Space Station. We did get good confirmation that power is flowing from the International Space Station to Dragon. Next, we'll be proceeding with some of the communications checks. The big loop established on the C2V2 Common Communications for Visiting Vehicle through some of the last legs of the rendezvous and docking of Dragon to the International Space Station. We'll switch that over to hardline communications, testing that out here shortly.
All right, here we go. I found it. I was just trying to look around and see if I could find
that they'll get into once they're complete.
Find the tour that the crew gave a little bit earlier. And we're gonna see if we can listen in and see the tour here. Let's see. We gotta fast forward a little bit.
Dragon copies.
Yeah, here we go. This is the tour from earlier. This is a bit of a replay here.
Well, good morning, everyone from Endeavour. We had a great night last night. Got to get a little sleep, and as you can see from the video, we are just passing over Saudi Arabia in the Middle East. A beautiful day pass right now. And heading northeast up towards Central Asia, and then we'll work our way out the western part of the Himalayas there, and work our way all the way out over, looks like Japan, out into the Pacific for this particular pass. If you look closely in the video, you can see just a sliver of moon kind of halfway between the surface of the Earth and the window pane as we're flying at about 17,500 miles an hour around the planet. Getting pretty close to ISS. When we were in the night part of this orbit, we actually got to see ISS out the window, which was pretty neat to see it for the first time on this trip. Bob's panning the camera back now, just kind of taking a look at around the cabin just to see how things look after a cruise lived in Dragon for an evening. We last night, the way things went, we had our normal activation, got out of our suits, had some a little bit of dinner, then reconfigured the cabin for orbit ops. Did a couple other events, including the media event last night, and then we proceeded to get ready for bed, which in space takes a little bit longer than I think on planet Earth. We had to pull out sleeping bags and sleeping clothes and all those kinds of things. Got kind of cleaned up, and then we ended up sleeping just like we are right now, right in our chairs, which was actually a pretty comfortable night's sleep. One of the things we did yesterday was actually manually fly Crew Dragon for the first time, and I want to compliment the team's and Hawthorne. Just a spectacular job with the simulator as the vehicle flew exactly like the simulators out in Hawthorne. So just want to thank the teams that did all the work on that particular training device, as well as all the modeling and the GNC. It really worked out well and was a joy to fly. And I'm guessing it was the first time a space vehicle was flown with a touchscreen before. So we got that going for us. I'm going to hand the mic over to Bob. Well, hello, folks. Welcome aboard the Dragon Capsule Endeavour. Doug and I had a good night's sleep last night. We were surprised, I think, at how well we actually slept aboard the vehicle. A little bit quieter than Space Shuttle, a little bit more, I guess, environmentally controlled. So we had didn't have CO2 pockets or things like that building up, giving us congestion, which was super awesome. He talked a little bit about the changing and going back and forth between our suits and our sleepwear and the clothes we're in now, and managing all those things. But we've managed to keep the ship pretty tidy at this point as we went through the night's activities and then got into our preparation for today. We did get our suits dried out, get them packed away into the black bags that are stowed in the outboard seats. If you look closely, you can see we've got them strapped in with the regular straps that you'd use for riding into orbit, and then over against kind of that former window location, there is you can see Doug's sleep bag there next to his crew notebook, and so that's how we're keeping all of our laundry constrained floating all around today. Doug mentioned the manual flying and how well the simulator matched that. I'll tell you that for the ride uphill on ascent, they just are never able to capture that at the simulator. And so I think Doug and I were talking about all the observations that we had all the way uphill. While it was an exciting ride, I think we got a couple of minor surprises just in terms of the way the vehicle is kind of moving and shaking and taking you into orbit. You can tell that it's fighting against the Earth as it makes its way into space, and that's just something a simulator can never truly simulate. We do have a friend on board with us. We introduced you to Trimmer yesterday when we did our little activity with the camera. Trimmer also had a good night's sleep. I know that both of our sons are pretty happy about that with their pet dinosaur making it into orbit and having a good night in zero gravity. We plan, once we get on board the space station, to reunite Trimmer with Earthy and plan to bring both of them back to Earth. I know that we'll get Trimmer through the safety brief and get all the education that's required so that we'll have a safe operation while we're on board the space station should anything come up that we need to be prepared for. I know that Trimmer's also looking forward to helping us out with EVA preparations, just in case we need to do a spacewalk, and so we're looking forward to that as well.
2 minutes until LOS.
Let's see, I think we'll go ahead and bring the camera out a little bit, and we'll show you what's going on underneath the seats on board the Dragon Capsule Endeavour. We've got quite a bit of cargo that we'll be taking to the space station. We've got some hard racks as well. The hard stowage that we have can also be swapped, these hard containers here, for powered cargo, which lets us bring back refrigerated things from the International Space Station. And if you're super lucky, we don't have that this time, but I bet you some crew will take ice cream to the International Space Station with those. That'll be exciting for those crews to get to have that. We do have some emergency equipment labeled in red, which is nice to have and easy to see, as well as the other stowage bags that we have down here as well. I don't know if you were watching closely during our strap-in
and insertion on the pad, but we did have the seats rotate at one point. We were down in an easier configuration to ingress the vehicle in, so when we climbed aboard, the seats were rotated down, and after we were strapped in, they rotated up our activities. And so those seats will rotate again in preparation for splashdown when we eventually come home. So if any of you all know Uncle Kirk Shireman, as we call him, you could ask him when we're coming home and make sure that he starts having a plan for us.
Well, we appreciate you having coming on board again with us on Endeavour, and enjoyed showing you around both inside and out. The next time we'll be on video for you. We'll hopefully be on board Chris Cassidy in just hours. So we appreciate you stopping by and from Endeavour.
All right, so there's the, let's get rid of the replay text there, but there's the astronaut event from earlier. I saw a bunch of people freaking out about the hatch opening, so we haven't opened the hatch yet. It's just the outer hatch to the international docking adapter. So you can see, actually, here's Chris Cassidy going into that outer section there. That's not even the vestibule yet. There's three hatches. There is the outer hatch to the International Space Station. Then there's the hatch to the International Docking Adapter. That's what we're seeing now, is the hatch to the International Docking Adapter. Inside of that, between that hatch, there's the vestibule, and on the other side of that is the Crew Dragon with its hatch. So there's still that little bit of section there that they have to open. So we've got some time. That's the part they're still pressurizing the vestibule. And we will hopefully see that here shortly. Why is he working alone? Yeah, there's not a ton of people on the International Space Station right now. So normally the way this would work, there would be a full crew up there. Like the way that it's worked in the past, there's a full crew on the International Space Station that would welcome the new astronauts coming up, and then the new astronauts would stay and the old astronauts would go home. But not the case here. They're just bringing up new astronauts. Let's see what else. Yeah, and that's a good point. Odie says he's not really working alone. Yeah, that's true. I mean, it looks like he's working alone, but ground controllers are doing a lot, and the astronauts are going to be doing their part as well. But yeah, it's all stuff that he's capable of doing. It's not really that big of a deal. It's going to take some time. And oh yeah, and there you go. You can see the flag now is up above the hatch. See the flag that they brought up on STS-135. That's the flag that they will retrieve, being the first American spacecraft to make it back to the International Space Station. They'll retrieve that now. First one since 2011. Do they close one hatch behind the other to ensure there's no depressurizing? No, they'll keep these open. They make sure there's no depressurization by leak checking first before they open the hatch. So all the hatches will be open eventually, and it will become one unit. But they do have to do leak checking first before they do that. That's pretty much what they're doing right now. They're pressurizing and leak checking. Suit doffing should actually be done at this point. So we may be done with leak checking as well. I think we are done with leak checking and suit doffing. So let me update the events list here, because I'm pretty sure those are done at this point. We're gonna update those to be, I think that was about here, and we'll update this to be pretty much right now. So it'll be like this. That's pretty much where we stand. We're almost at the end of our events list. Now, hatch opening and pressurization, these were all scheduled to be like an hour from now, but we are ahead of schedule. What happens if Dragon has a technical issue while docked to the space station? Well, they can troubleshoot a lot of that stuff and control Dragon from the ground. See, let me turn this volume up so we can hear it in case they say something, but because I missed what they just said, had the volume down. I'll keep it up now so we can listen in. What was I asking? Oh, so if they have a technical issue, they would troubleshoot from the ground, try to resolve it as best as they can. I mean, if it was a disastrous scenario, I mean, the astronauts would likely just stay on board the International Space Station until they could find a ride back. But most of the stuff, though, they'd be able to troubleshoot a lot of technical issues from the ground.
Houston, you're listening to crews on board the International Space Station and Dragon prepare for opening the hatch. You're seeing Chris Cassidy aboard the International Space Station already opened the hatch to the pressurized mating adapter just below that hatchway you see at the center of the screen here. On the other side of the hatch is the hatchway to the International docking adapter. On the other side of that, the recently docked Crew Dragon. Vestibule pressurization is underway. This will equalize the pressure between Dragon and the International Space Station. Once it does come up to pressurization, it will take some time to equalize that pressure because of the temperature difference in the vestibule. Just take some time to stabilize.
Dragon, Endeavor, it's Houston, calling you on hardline now for a voice check. How do you read?
Thought we were going to have a response there. Apparently no response to how do you read. Yeah, so Odie's talking about an escape module in case of catastrophic event. I was more referring to like a... yeah, they do have a vehicle... Oh, there goes my camera again. Hold on, let's troubleshoot that. Or, speaking of troubleshooting problems, this camera. Something we got to sort out before the next live stream. But in the meantime, we're just going to keep pushing through. Yeah, they do have they do always have a vehicle, another vehicle parked there, so there's a Soyuz that's there as well. I don't know if there was something wrong with the Crew Dragon, if they would just automatically take that Soyuz. I don't think they would, because then the astronauts would be stranded. The other astronauts would be stranded on board the International Space Station. But yeah, so I imagine they would just kind of hang out there for a little while until it was time to go back. But I don't think that would be much of an issue because they would, we would probably see any sort of technical issue. They're going to be monitoring Crew Dragon the whole time. It's not like they just shut it off and they turn off the key and they're good to go. I mean, Crew Dragon's going to be powered on, connected with data this whole time.
Yeah, it's Houston calling Space to Ground 2 via hardline now for a voice check. Do you read?
Houston, Cleveland. Dragon, same voice check. How do leaders? Counting 1 to 1, 1 to 2, 1 to 3, 1 to 4, 1 to 5.
Wouldn't be able to stay in the Soyuz for more than 5 minutes. Yeah, right? Cramped quarters in there.
Houston Station, Space to Ground 2.
And Station Houston on 2, Anatoly, we hear you loud and clear. We're going to swap a couple minor things here and try Dragon again. We're just still trying to get calm with Dragon. Stand by 1.
We got no hardline comms with Dragon.
Dragon again. Dragon, same voice check. How do leaders? Counting 1 to 1, 1 to 2, 1 to 3, 1 to 4, 1 to 5.
And Station Houston on 2. Everybody, we'll just stand by for a few minutes. We're going to try to raise Dragon by another means. Stand by.
Interesting. They have no comms with the Dragon capsule right now. It sounds like.
Endeavour, it's Houston calling on Dragon to Ground 1. We're trying to reach you via hardline. Just not sure if you're receiving it or not. Let us know at your convenience.
And Houston from Endeavour, we're hearing quite a bit of echo on the other loop that appears to be connected. It's unintelligible, but we do have you loud and clear on the Dragon to Ground.
And Endeavour, Houston on Dragon to Ground. Thanks for that. Very helpful. We'll take a look, and we have you loud and clear on Dragon to Ground as well. So we're gonna continue to work it and try to give you a call back in the next few minutes on hardline.
So it sounds like what's happening is they're trying to communicate with Dragon through the space station's communications equipment. So they're communicating up to the space station's data relaying to communicate to comms on the Dragon capsule through that umbilical that's now connected through the international docking adapter. That's what they're trying to communicate with them on, but that's not working. They're getting some sort of echo or something like that where they can't understand. But they tried Dragon to Ground, which is a direct communication from Dragon to ground tracking stations without the International Space Station, and they're able to communicate that way, just not through the space station. Let's see. I'm impressed with Bob and Doug's ability to move their arms freely as they accelerate to 10 times the speed of a bullet. No G-force is amazing. Yeah. I mean, they did look very, very comfortable, but it was still... I mean, the majority of the G-loads they had during launch, they were at like, 2 to 3 Gs most of the time, which is really not a ton. It's like riding a roller coaster. I mean, you can move your arms on a roller coaster. It's not too bad. They did get up to 4 Gs towards the tail end of the second stage burn, but it wasn't for a long period of time. So they really didn't have. It's not like they were just at 7 or 8 Gs pressed against the back of their seat and just couldn't move at all. I mean, it's a pretty comfortable acceleration up to, during that launch phase. And again, yeah, Gregorius makes a good point. The G-forces are from acceleration, not from speed. So it's when you're changing speed that you feel G-force. Not once you get at a constant speed, you no longer feel that acceleration. So that's where you're feeling those G-forces is from the change in speed. And that's why you feel it during launch, because the launch vehicle is accelerating and going faster and faster and faster. Yeah, and that's a good point from Mac too. These guys are test pilots. That was nothing for them. Yeah, 2 Gs is not 2 to 3 Gs for a test pilot. I mean, these guys train at 7, 8 Gs.
Dragon to Ground.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and in section 1 of 4.400, the tablet state of charge are 66 for Doug's and 32 for mine.
Copy. 66 for Doug, 32 for Bob. And do we have your permission to come back on board with video now?
Yeah, go ahead and come on board. We just may have to take it down at some point, as you might imagine, but come on board.
Sounds great. Thanks.
There you go. So we should get a video feed back now with Doug and Bob.
Station Houston on 3 for Chris. Your convenience, but just an update on the comm status.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Chris, you've probably been able to tell we've run into some minor issues trying to get hardline established, so we're working that here, and we're going to be reattempting the comm checks as soon as we think we're go. I'll give you a heads up on that. And then regarding stuff, just get-aheads, I was going to pass along to do the teardown from steps 3 and 4 in the approach monitoring, but I just saw it go gray, so have you done that already?
Hold on just 1 second. Which one was that? Maybe I fat fingered the wrong receipt.
Yeah, no, it's it's subtle, so it's in the execution note for Dragon approach monitoring. As we were monitoring Dragon earlier in the day, down in the execution note are the teardown steps.
I'm here in the cupola right now. I'll take care of it. It's not gray, but momentarily it will be.
Sounds good. And I'm also hearing on that we have done on the ground steps 1 through 4, so it's just 5 and 6 left for you in that teardown procedure.
Copy that.
All right, so yeah, they're having some communication issues that they're trying to sort out, but hopefully they're undergoing vestibule pressurization. We don't know, the events list that we have up here is kind of a rough idea at this point because this is all changed. The schedule's all off now, but those are the 3 events that we got left. Pressurizing the vestibule, then they'll open the hatch, then we get a welcoming ceremony, and then we're done. So we're waiting on that, and then we'll be good to go for the day. We want to see those astronauts finally inside the space station, and then after all this is said and done, we don't know how long they're going to be on the space station for, anywhere from 4 to 16 weeks. As soon as I find out when they're going to come back, we will have a live event for recovery and splashdown, undocking and splashdown. Probably be all one event, undocking, and then they'll be on orbit for, I think, like an hour and a half or something like that, and then they'll go to splashdown, and so we'll be live for that whole event as well. So make sure you do the whole subscribe to the channel and turn on the notification thing so you don't miss that, because we want you back here. We want you back here for that. Do you find this as exciting as the moon landing many decades ago? Well, that's hard for me to say because I wasn't around for the moon landing decades ago. But I do find this very exciting because it's the
Steps 5 and 6 are complete in the teardown.
It's the first new space vehicle.
Thanks for that, and just about to hit the button and reattempt the hardline checks with Dragon.
Nah, they're gonna try those comm checks again.
Copy.
Yeah, this is the first new vehicle that we've had since the 80s.
Endeavor, it's Houston calling via hardline voice check. How do you read? And station standby Endeavor. This is a call for Endeavor via hardline voice check. How do you read?
Houston Endeavor, completely unreadable. It's skipping pretty badly.
And Endeavor, it's Houston on Dragon to ground. We heard your reply loud and clear. Understand we're still broken. We're working it. Thanks for the patience.
Well, it sounds like we've got one half of the...
We got you, Josh. That's exactly the case. Thanks.
Sounds like we got half of the communication equation sorted out, so we can understand Endeavor. That's the Dragon.
Dragon FM voice check. How to read me? Counting 1 to 1, 1 to 2, 1 to 3, 1 to 4, 1 to 5.
That's from the Russian side of the space station there. No response there. But yeah, so this is what I was saying. This is the first new orbital vehicle that we've had in the U.S. since the 80s. So that's super exciting. And
station on 2 for Anatoly. Anatoly, we're hearing you loud and clear in Houston. We seem to have an issue still with COM2 Dragon, so we'll just have you stand by. We'll let you know when we're ready to retry. Thanks for your patience.
Okay, call me on Space Ground 1, please.
I have no idea what he said there. I believe the one, somebody asked what the 1 to 1, 1 to 2, 1 to 3, that what he was saying there. I believe that's he's trying to do comm checks on different loops. I think 1 is what he's talking on, and he's trying to go from like loop 1 to loop 1 to loop 1, loop 1 to loop 2, loop 1. I think that's what that is, but I'm not 100% sure to be honest. But But I think it sounds confusing because he says, at one point he says 1 to 3, which sounds like 1, 2, 3, but I think it's 1, 2, 3. I think it's 1 to 2, 1 to 3, 1 to 4. So I think that's what that is. But it sounds confusing just because you have in the middle there you have 1, 2, 3. But it's not 1, 2, 3. It's 1 to 3. Anyways, so what were we talking? Oh yeah, this is exciting because it's the first vehicle we've had since the 80s, since the Space Shuttle days. We find this is now a modern spacecraft, like touch screens, sleek interface, interior looks amazing, spacesuits look amazing. Like this is a whole brand new set of tech to bring us into the future with low Earth orbit and space travel. And this is going to, probably the biggest thing here that a lot of people overlook is that this is going to put SpaceX in the human spaceflight industry. And all the things that they learn, that SpaceX learns about flying humans, can be applied moving forward towards Starship, let's say. Starship is going to land on the moon and Mars. That's their intention. But this is the first time they're flying humans ever. They need to learn how to fly humans. Like what sort of interfaces, what sort of things are they going to have trouble with? And so this is where they are learning that process so that they can proceed with human space flights to other areas. So this is really getting SpaceX in the game of flying humans. They'll be able to fly humans regularly to the International Space Station now. So that'll free up NASA from having to spend money and pay Russia to do that. Instead, they will pay SpaceX, which means SpaceX will have more money to fund Starship, to fund the Crew Dragon XL, which is a cargo mission to the moon, for the SLS missions that are going to go to the moon, hopefully sometime around 2024. So that's the big thing here, is that it's bringing those funds back to the U.S. to further build the U.S. space program, including SpaceX. SpaceX is part of that U.S. space program now, so they're a private portion of it. But those funds, instead of going to Roscosmos, the Russian space agency, will now go to SpaceX to help SpaceX build their program. Sorry, Roscosmos.
SpaceX Dragon on Dragon to ground for a timeline tag up.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Anna, we're managing the collection of the used water bottles and other items, as well as our meal, and just looking to understand a little bit better how closely we're to hatch opening or another timeline milestone. We're kind of running to the end of the tablet here with meal 5 that started about 25 minutes ago or so, and so just wanting to understand how much time we've got in front of us.
In Dragon SpaceX, we estimate we are about an hour to Dragon hatch opening.
An hour to hatch opening. So that's
Copy that, Anna. Thanks for those words. It just helps us manage getting things done. And looks like you guys are on board. Welcome aboard, I guess, the integrated space station now, huh?
Indeed. Thank you so much. We're excited to be here.
All right, so let's see if we can update the timeline here now, because they're about...
Endeavor, Houston calling over hardline for a voice check. How do you read us now?
Houston or station from Endeavor. I'm not sure the location of that last call, but still quite a bit of skipping and unreadable.
And Endeavor, it's Houston, loud and clear on Dragon to ground. We heard your response, so we're in the same situation. We're hearing you, you're not hearing us. We have one more troubleshooting item that we're going to put in work now, So we'll give that a try and then maybe call it for the day. We'll let you know.
Man, they can't get this comms issue solved.
Endeavor copies. Thanks, Houston.
Oh, that's kind of annoying. We can't get that solved, but so let's see. What were we talking about? Oh, I saw somebody said, who was it? Yeah, Song 110, SpaceX has been flying to the ISS since 2012. Yes, SpaceX has been flying to the ISS since 2012, but not humans. Brings a whole level of complication when you start adding humans on board. Now you've got environmental control systems, you've got comfort levels, like are they comfortable sitting in their seats? Do they have enough room to stretch out? Can they sleep on board? Can they, how do they change their clothes and put their spacesuits on and deal with their, we got the whole waste issue thing. And so you've got a whole level of complexity that comes on board by flying humans that they didn't have with the previous cargo missions to the International Space Station. So the cargo missions to the space station definitely led to this and gave SpaceX a whole level of expertise that they didn't otherwise have. But now we're flying humans. A big difference. Plus the stress level and the stakes go up so much higher. Cargo can be replaced. Humans cannot. Failure is not an option, right? Let's see. Roman, comm issues are just as annoying like troubleshooting cameras. Yeah, that's pretty annoying. Let's see. Rose wants to know what our upcoming plans are for our weather balloon flights. We're getting ready to do our first one for the year. I was waiting until after the whole pandemic situation calmed down a little bit so we could safely do it, and two, I was waiting for this DM-2 mission to be docked to the space station so I could turn my brain off of this and move on to something else. So we'll start looking at that and probably in the coming weeks here. Can you give an update on what happened overnight? Yeah, so overnight, mostly what happened overnight was sleeping. The crew went to sleep last night shortly after we ended the broadcast. They went to sleep. They were up at 5 a.m.-ish this morning. They gave a tour of the spacecraft, which we played a little while ago. We may be able to even play that again.
Endeavor, Houston calling via hardline for a final voice check. Do you have us now?
Last try. See if this works. Doesn't sound good. Been having comm troubles all morning. It's like my camera issue.
Houston, Dragon on the big loop, that was an improvement, but it's still completely unreadable.
Still no good. I would love to know what they're doing to try to solve that. Nothing. No response? Mark on Facebook, is this live right now? Yes, Mark, we're live. You're here. You're with us. 11:31 a.m. Eastern Time. How's that for you, Mark?
And Endeavor, Houston on Dragon to Ground 1, we're still hearing you 5x5. Understand it was slightly improved. Were you able to read me at all, or is it unuseful?
Yeah, it was a slight improvement, but it's still unintelligible, almost every word. There was maybe one word that you could have sort of figured out, but that was about it.
Okay, thank you for the feedback. First time, obviously, and we think we're running into some interference issues, but we'll continue to take a look.
See, and that's another thing that, you wouldn't think about, but the big difference between flying humans and flying cargo, now you have to communicate with these humans that are on board the capsule. You didn't have to do that with cargo. There's nobody there to talk to with cargo. So, but now that they've interfaced with, this is the first time that SpaceX has interfaced with the space station for voice comms. Like, they've done power, they've done data transfer, but now they're trying to do voice comms, and it sounds like they said there's some sort of interference issue that they're having. So that's a problem. That's a problem for them. They can't figure out what the voice comms are. So, I mean, luckily they have there's a whole bunch of ways to communicate with the crew on board the Crew Dragon capsule. They're communicating directly instead of through the space station. So normally they would like to communicate through the space station systems once they connect that umbilical. But instead they're just communicating directly with the capsule instead of going through the space station. But anyways, to get back to Adam's question about on Facebook, what can you give an update on what happened overnight? So sleeping overnight, 6 a.m. this morning, they did a tour around the capsule, and then they did a burn to approach the space station. And the last couple hours were approaching the space station and docking. So there really wasn't a whole lot since our last broadcast. I mean, they ate, they slept. That's pretty much all that happened overnight. There wasn't really a whole lot. This morning they did a manual flight test near the space station. Just another manual flight test to do a little more refined controls with adjusting the spacecraft and watching the docking system. So they were at Waypoint One when they did the manual flying, and so they would have the docking system up, and they'd be able to see, when they were manually flying, how it would adjust their monitors and their controls and make sure they were everything they could do. They would be able to fly manually. Then they finished that, and they docked automatically to the International Space Station this morning. That was around 10:16 a.m. Eastern time. So it was about an hour and 15 minutes ago. They docked. Then they dock with soft capture, which is just a loose connection, relatively loose connection that just kind of holds it in place so it doesn't go anywhere. Then they do hard capture, which has hooks that pulls the spacecraft in and makes that final seal. That's hard dock. And now then they took their suits off, so we're done with that. And now they are pressurizing the vestibule area, which is the little, basically like airlock area between the space station and the Crew Dragon capsule. Pressurizing that right now so they can equalize pressure, and they'll be able to open the hatches and head out to the space station. Now, interestingly, this is something that a lot of people forget. They will not go out the side hatch. It's not the same hatch that they got into the Crew Dragon capsule with. So there's a hatch on the side that's what they climbed in. That's going to stay sealed. They will climb out the nose hatch, which is at the top of the spacecraft. So in the orientate, we're kind of just seeing Doug's feet. He's going to go up in this orientation. He's going to go up into the spacecraft instead of out the side hatch. So he will go up out the nose hatch, which is connected to the International Space Station, and that's how they go back and forth, is through that hatch at the top. What else do we see? Not certain, but I think I heard a call out of about 3.1 G at max Q. I don't recall what the actual G-force was at max Q, but I thought it was closer to 2.3 Gs at max Q, but I could be wrong on that. I don't recall the exact amount of G-force that they had, but the first boost phase was supposed to be up to 3 Gs, and then the second boost phase was supposed to be up to 4 Gs, 4.25 Gs, something like that, that they were expecting in the second boost phase. So they could have been at 3 Gs. Tory, do they have Velcro on the soles of their socks? I don't think there are Velcro strips all around, well, no, pretty much all around the space station everywhere. Probably in Crew Dragon. I don't know. I'm certain there's Velcro strips somewhere. I don't think they have Velcro on their socks, but could be wrong. I know they do use the Velcro strips with their feet to hold in place. There's a bunch of hooks and Velcro and things like that to hold themselves in place. Maybe, oh, there goes the camera again. Maybe they do. I don't know for certain. Man, this camera thing has got to be sorted out. I wonder. Here's what we're going to do. I got an idea. I'm going to replay the tour again for those that missed it, because I think that's pretty cool. I'm going to switch out camera bodies. I actually have a second one of these cameras. So I'm going to switch out the camera body to my other camera that I have. And we'll see if this is any better. But let me start with...
SpaceX, we are go for you to begin.
We're gonna do this. We'll do this replay here, so you can see the tour in case you missed it.
Dragon copies.
And I'll switch. I'm gonna swap out my camera with the backup. Switch the whole body of the camera.
Good morning, everyone from Endeavor. We had a great night last night. Got to get a little sleep, and as you can see from the video, we are just passing over Saudi Arabia in the Middle East. Beautiful day pass right now. And heading northeast up towards Central Asia, and then we'll work our way out the western part of the Himalayas there, and work our way all the way out over, looks like Japan, out into the Pacific for this particular pass. If you look closely in the video, you can see just a sliver of moon kind of halfway between the surface of the Earth and the window pane as we're flying at about 17,500 miles an hour around the planet. Getting pretty close to ISS. When we were in the night part of this orbit, we actually got to see ISS out the window, which was pretty neat to see it for the first time on this trip. Bob's panning the camera back now, just kind of taking a look at around the cabin just to see how things look after a cruise lived in Dragon for an evening. We last night, the way things went, we had our normal activation, got out of our suits, had some a little bit of dinner, then reconfigured the cabin for orbit ops. Did a couple other events, including the media event last night, and then we proceeded to get ready for bed, which in space takes a little bit longer than I think on planet Earth. We had to pull out sleeping bags and sleeping clothes and all those kinds of things. Got kind of cleaned up, and then we ended up sleeping just like we are right now, right in our chairs, which was actually a pretty comfortable night's sleep. One of the things we did yesterday was actually manually fly Crew Dragon for the first time, and I want to compliment the teams at Hawthorne. Just a spectacular job with the simulator, as the vehicle flew exactly like the simulators out in Hawthorne. So just want to thank the teams that did all the work on that particular training device, as well as all the modeling and the GNC. It really worked out well, and was a joy to fly. And I'm guessing it was the first time a space vehicle was flown with a touchscreen before. So we got that going for us. I'm going to hand the mic over to Bob.
Well, hello, folks. Welcome aboard the Dragon Capsule Endeavor. Doug and I had a good night's sleep last night. We were surprised, I think, at how well we actually slept aboard the vehicle. A little bit quieter than Space Shuttle, a little bit more, I guess, environmentally controlled. So we had didn't have CO2 pockets or things like that building up, giving us congestion, which was super awesome. He talked a little bit about the changing and going back and forth between our suits and our sleepwear and the clothes we're in now, and managing all those things. But we've managed to keep the ship pretty tidy at this point as we went through the night's activities and then got into our preparation for today. We did get our suits dried out, get them packed away into the black bags that are stowed in the outboard seats. you can, if you look closely, you can see we've got them strapped it in with the regular straps that you'd use for riding into orbit, and then over against kind of that former window location, there is a, you can see Doug's sleep bag there next to his crew notebook, and so that's how we're keeping all of our laundry constrained floating all around today. Doug mentioned the manual flying and how well the simulator matched that. I'll tell you that for the ride uphill on ascent, they just are never able to capture that at the simulator. And so I think Doug and I were talking about all the observations that we had all the way uphill. While it was an exciting ride, I think we got a couple of minor surprises just in terms of the way the vehicle is kind of moving and shaking and taking you into orbit. You can tell that it's fighting against the Earth as it makes its way into space, and that's just something a simulator can never truly simulate. We do have a friend on board with us. We introduced you to Trimmer yesterday when we did our little activity with the camera. Trimmer also had a good night's sleep. I know that both of our sons are pretty happy about that with their pet dinosaur making it into orbit and having a good night in zero gravity. We plan, once we get on board the space station, to reunite Trimmer with Earthy and plan to bring both of them back to Earth. I know that we'll get Trimmer through the safety brief and get all the education that's required so that we'll have a safe operation while we're on board the space station should anything come up that we need to be prepared for. I know that Trimmer's also looking forward to helping us out with EVA preparations, just in case we need to do a spacewalk, and so we're looking forward to that as well.
2 minutes until LOS.
Let's see, I think we'll go ahead and bring the camera out a little bit, and we'll show you what's going on underneath the seats on board the Dragon capsule Endeavour. We've got quite a bit of cargo that we'll be taking to the space station. We've got some hard racks as well. The hard stowage that we have can also be swapped, these hard containers here, for powered cargo, which lets us bring back refrigerated things from the International Space Station. And if you're super lucky, we don't have that this time, but I bet you some crew will take ice cream to the International Space Station with those. That'll be exciting for those crews to get to have that. We do have some emergency equipment labeled in red, which is nice to have and easy to see, as well as the other stowage bags that we have down here as well. I don't know if you were watching closely during our strap-in and insertion on the pad, but we did have the seats rotate at one point. We were down in an easier configuration to ingress the vehicle in, so when we climbed aboard, the seats were rotated down, and after we were strapped in, they rotated up our activities. And so those seats will rotate again in preparation for splashdown when we eventually come home. So if any of you all know Uncle Kirk Shireman, as we call him, you could ask him when we're coming home and make sure that he starts having a plan for us.
Well, we appreciate you having them coming on board again with us on Endeavour, and enjoyed showing you around both inside and out. The next time we'll be on video for you. We'll hopefully be on board Chris Cassidy in just hours. So we appreciate you stopping by and from Endeavour.
Okay, so we're going to see if this camera is any better. Do I look different? It's a completely different camera body. We're going to see. We'll see if this is any better. That was the perfect amount of time because I just finished swapping out this camera body. And it's, I don't know if it was the camera, or I thought it was a software issue, but We'll find out. We'll find out in a few minutes to see whether... We'll see if this camera body dies. We have to have the name of the new camera body. They're both the same. They're both Canon M50 cameras is what I use. The EOS M50. This one is very warm, though, which gets me a little nervous. Oh, viewfinder inactive. Press any button. Oh, that's new. Never had that before. This is going to be a bit of an experiment. We're just going to experiment today while we wait for hatch opening. Because I'm so frustrated with this camera. It continues to fail. But this will be good enough for now. Hopefully this one will survive. I don't know. I've never used this camera body with my live streaming setup. I've always used this camera body with the live streaming setup, so. Yeah, Martin says that the M50 does get hot if over 1080 30 frames per second, which is true. We're going 1080 60 frames per second. But I don't know, I've never had an issue with the M50 until just recently. But I want to get, for anybody that knows photography, I'm really looking forward to that Canon EOS R that's coming out. Or the R5, not the EOS R, the R5, right? It's a new one that's coming out. The EOS R is the camera that I wanted that I almost got, but I was going to wait for the EOS R5, but this might give me a reason to buy the EOS R now that this is giving me so much of a problem. But we'll see. We're going to see how long this camera lasts. If this one has the same problem, then I know it's not the camera. But it's how we troubleshoot. We're taking things out of the equation. We updated the software drivers to see if that was a problem. That didn't fix it. Now we've replaced the entire camera body. We'll see if that fixes it. Just use a Nikon? Nah, I can't do it. I'm Team Canon. I like the Canons. Let's see. So, TP Seeker says, I was listening to a podcast, some photographers drilling holes in new cameras, even putting fans in them to cool them down. That would be kind of interesting. So we should be getting close to pressurization on the Vestibule. Actually, I should update that event because I don't think that's done yet. Might be a little premature. Let's back that up. That updated automatically. Let's update that to, oh, I don't know. It's probably going to be pretty much right before hatch opening. So we'll just put that back to here. Put it at 12:23-ish, because we're still about 40 minutes away from hatch opening here now, but should be coming up on it soon. Do you do the ballooning thing full-time for your job? No, this is not full-time for my job. Oh, I forgot something here. Hold on. Be right back. 1 second. Okay, that was quick. I just wanted to close the door to my studio, just in case there was something loud out there. I want to make sure we didn't hear that. Let's see. Jake says use the EOS 70D. That's possible. I actually have access to a 70D, so we may try it. Check out the Grumpy Old Geeks podcast. They have a photographer from New York come on from time to time. I had to check it out. I'm gonna see. I don't know. It could just be that I've abused this camera. I don't know. We'll see how long this camera lasts. We got 40 minutes to play around and test it out. So here's the trouble. Before yesterday, I have live streamed with this camera on my gaming Twitch channel for like 5 hours straight, and never once at 60 frames per second. And never once had the camera fail until yesterday. I would go for 5 hours straight. I've never once had the camera fail. And that was 1080p, 60 frames per second. So, I don't know. Maybe I'm just wearing it out or something. I have no idea. Well, yeah, we'll have to see. Let's see. Would there be phone reception in space? No, not directly. I mean, they have internet capabilities in space, but they don't directly have. See, now I'm noticing weird things with my background here with the new camera. They don't have like cellular reception.
You're just joining us. You're getting a look inside the Crew Dragon. That was Bob Bankhead seated.
Yeah, I'm going to keep that down. But yeah, there's no cellular reception in space. Cellular towers that provide cellular connection are on the ground, and really they stop working above like 5,000 feet in altitude. But yeah, and by the time you get to 10 kilometers, it's a very, very weak signal, if anything at all. So yeah, they definitely don't have cellular service, but they have internet on board the International Space Station. They can do some limited internet functionality because they do have a data connection, but yeah, no cell service. They have HughesNet on the space station, yeah. Let's see. But I thought that's why they had satellites. I'm not sure what you mean by that, Frank. Looks like Bob's getting ready to talk.
Between Station and Dragon.
As a nature photographer, I stand by my Canon cameras. Yeah, I'm Team Canon for sure. Don't they have satellites for cell phone service? I mean, they have satellite phones. Those aren't cell phones by definition. They do have satellite phones, but a cell phone would be based on a cellular connection, which is why it's called a cell phone, which is a tower. It's a radio-based communication method using radio towers on the ground, cell towers. So,
Station Huntsville, spacecraft 3 for Chris on the ISS experience.
Chris, hey, thanks for the super chat there. Hey, Tory, can I get a shout out to my family while watching here from Long Island, New York? We watched the entire broadcast yesterday with you, and here now awaiting the official first hatch opening. Thank you. Well, thank you, Chris. Thank you, Chris, and yeah, shout out to your family. How's everybody doing down in Long Island? Pretty close to us. I'm in Rochester, New York.
Connection between the SSC-25 and the camera. We'll come up on a handover, but they're looking for a reboot of SSC-25.
Reboot 25, copy.
SpaceX Dragon on Dragon to ground for inventory.
I am here and ready to copy.
Just listening in on the comms here.
Okay, Anna, we'll start with location 9 from bag 203. Remove 3 water bottles.
Trying to keep inventory on what they have.
Copy. 3 bottles removed from bag 203.
Interesting.
Good read back from location 10. We removed bottles from each of bag 207, 208, so 6 water bottles in total.
Forgot to re-enable my camera on this view after it failed last time.
Dragon SpaceX, you were pretty broken on that call, but I think I copied 3 bottles from each bag 207 and 208. Is that correct?
That is a good readback, Anna.
I copy.
All right. What is the average time an astronaut stays on the space station? I want to say... All right, so they're just doing inventory. We'll keep that playing in the background, but we don't necessarily need to listen to their full inventory there. I want to say the average is like 100-something days somewhere, because this mission will actually be especially for recent average, this mission will be on the short side of things. So, especially from the recent missions, they've been staying for like 6 months. The Space Shuttle was like a 2-week mission. But a lot of times there'd be astronauts that would stay, and so we've had long-term duration missions on the International Space Station for a long time. And a lot, people would stay, you look at like the Mark Kelly and the Kelly brothers, they were up there for, I think Mark Kelly was up there for like more than a year or something like that. I can't remember exactly how long he was up there for. A long time.
310, and am I correct to conclude all of this?
Let's see. We've got... Everybody's so curious about the bathrooms. I'm not sure I understand the fascination about the bathrooms. There are bathroom capabilities, but not... but they haven't really gone into detail for those. Cristiano, hey, thanks for the 2 super chats there. Hey Tory, what's your full-time jobs? I'm a software engineer, not in aerospace, but I'm a software engineer. So that's my my regular job. Mark Kelly was up for a year. There you go. Thank you, Katrina.
Okay, with that, that's the extent of our inventory. All else is per the packing plan.
Copy all else from per the packing plan.
Simon says, I have very poor cell coverage at my home. Most major UK providers allow us to make and receive calls using the internet. Would this be the case with the ISS? Yeah, kind of. So, like, the ISS's internet is, I mean, eventually it comes down to radio communications. So it's almost like, I mean, the ISS is a satellite. It's orbiting the Earth. So the ISS is communicating wirelessly, obviously. You can't connect it wired. It's communicating via radio signal, wireless, down to ground stations. So the ISS in itself is like a satellite. So, they would use the onboard communication systems with the ISS using their microphones there, and they're going to communicate over the comm systems on the ISS, which get broadcast down to the ground stations via radio. And then NASA controls all that communication. And so they direct it where they would allow it to go. They have the capability to interface with the public telephone network. So if an astronaut on board the space station wanted to call somebody or communicate with somebody, they can interface with outside organizations through NASA, relayed through NASA. But yeah, so they have the ability to communicate, but like the cell phone thing, you can't bring a cell phone to the space station and, just pick it up and be like, I'm calling home. That doesn't work. They would have to talk through the station's communication systems. Let's see. Yeah, Gav says that would be a very long wire if it was wired. I know, right? Did they fix the voice comms? I don't think so. I think they're still struggling with voice comms through station to the Crew Dragon. They haven't fixed that yet. Tell us about the Boeing Starliner mission. Well, right now we're waiting on Boeing they have to redo their uncrewed demonstration mission. That uncrewed demonstration is scheduled for August right now, but it's tentative. So they have to redo the uncrewed demonstration, and then hopefully by the end of the year they can do the crewed demonstration, the equivalent of what we're seeing here. They can do by the end of the year. That's what they're hoping for. Do astronauts take their phones to space? I don't believe so. No, because they're pretty much useless up there. You can't do anything with them. So why bring it? They do bring iPads. They have iPads up there. But mostly it's for like their checklists and things like that. But they do have iPads. What kind of flux do you use? I'm not sure I understand that, Sebi. What do you mean, what kind of flux do I use? I don't understand the context. Yeah, they're just hanging out. They're getting ready for hatch opening. We're not there yet. It's a long process for hatch opening. They've got to get they had to get their suits off, but the longest part is pressurization. They have to bring it up to pressure, and they also have to bring it up to temperature too to stabilize the pressure, so that the pressurization isn't changing as the air molecules are warming up. So they're bringing it up to pressure and temperature in the vestibule area, the little airlock between the space station and the Crew Dragon. That's what they're working on right now. Hopefully should be done here in about 20 to 25 minutes, and then we'll have hatch opening and the welcoming ceremony. Time is going to be the docking. Yeah, 20 to 25 minutes. Do they have Wi-Fi? I don't believe they have Wi-Fi. I think everything's got to be hardwired into stations, the network system.
Dragon made contact and was captured by the...
Would a super soaker work in space? Because I'd so take one. I don't believe a super soaker... Let's think through this. But I don't think a super soaker would work in space, because a super soaker, right? The super soaker gun thing, that you gotta pump it, which builds up air pressure inside the water tank. This is what you're talking about, right? The little water gun, the super soaker water gun. I don't know. Maybe this is not what you're talking about, but you have to pump the super soaker to get air pressure in the water. Well, maybe you're talking about in the space station. I'm talking about in like outside space, like not in pressurization. But outside space, if you don't have air pressure, you can't pressurize the water tank to get, and that's how it ejects the water out of the squirt gun. But if you're inside the space station, there's no reason why that shouldn't work, right? Somebody tell me if I'm wrong. But if you're inside station, you've got air pressure, you could pump up a super soaker. I mean, it's not something you'd want to do. You don't really want water flying all over the space station. But let's talk about theoretically. You could pressurize a super soaker's water container and spray it. I wouldn't see why not. It would just be terrible for the electronics in the space station to have all that water floating around, but... Yeah, there you go. MVM. Super Soaker in the ISS? Yes. Out in space? No. Yeah, exactly. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Yeah, there you go. Fritz says it would probably work inside the station, but someone would yell at you. Yes, that I think is true. What's the outside space temp? I believe it's generally very cold. But you gotta be careful about space temperature, because like surfaces can get pretty warm that are facing the sun. But I think the general temperature in space, I think, is pretty cold. Oh, there you go. The super soaker would work out in space if you pressurized it with a CO2 canister. There you go. JN, hey, thanks for the super chat. Sorry, I didn't see this earlier. I just wanted... Oh, hold on, it just scrolled away. I just wanted to thank you for hosting yesterday's stream and answering my questions. You did such an amazing job. Much... I don't want to knock Tim. I like Tim, but I'll read your comment. It says, much better than Tim D. Shh, don't tell him. I like Tim Dodd. He's a nice guy. Hopefully you'll have the chance to interview Elon. That would be fantastic. I would love to interview Elon, but yeah, I don't think I'm at that level yet, but maybe someday. But thanks, JN. Thanks for the super chat. Thanks for the kind words. I had a blast yesterday. It was so much fun. We had a bunch of people hanging around. I was bouncing off the walls. You guys were all laughing at me and making fun of me. I got so many messages. I got text messages from friends and family and everybody that was watching. People were like, oh, that rocket launch was awesome yesterday, but you know what my favorite part was? Watching you bounce off the walls. Glad I can be a source of entertainment. Oh, the shorts are gone. He's not in shorts anymore. He's got coveralls.
Chris, we see good connection between the SSC and the camera, and we're just performing the calibration now. We'll start recording shortly. Thanks for your help.
Yeah, no problem. Happy to help.
Looks like we're getting close to hatch opening.
Dragon SpaceX, we have gone exterior with the cameras.
Sounds like they're getting ready to record. He's getting his camera ready.
Dragon copy, thanks.
Why are they staying at ISS for a flexible amount of time, 4 to 16 weeks? Why don't they have an exact time? Because NASA wants to minimize the amount of time that there are few astronauts on board the space station. They don't prefer to have only one American on the space station. They want to have a full crew on the space station at all times. And so they are... This was only... DM-2 was only supposed to be a 1-week mission. They were going to go up for 1 week and then come back down. Wow, that scared me. What was that sound? Was that me? Was that my studio, or was that in the stream? I don't know. So it was only supposed to be a 1-week mission, but they extended it because of delays and that they only have one American astronaut on board the space station right now, and so they want to minimize that amount of time. So, but this is still a demonstration mission, so it was only supposed to be 1 week. This was not supposed to be an operational mission where these guys were staying on space station for a long period of time. They were only supposed to be there for 1 week. They were training to go up there for 1 week until a couple of months ago when they were like, oh, just kidding, we're going to have you there for a couple of weeks. So they only had a limited amount of training time for the science and the work they're going to be doing on the International Space Station. So they can't stay up there for like 6 months or a year. They weren't training for that. They're not ready for that. But they can stay up there for a little bit longer. And so they're going to make that decision. The reason they haven't set an exact time is because they're not sure when the operational mission is going to be ready. That's Crew 1 that's coming up in August. It's scheduled for, but they're not sure if when that's going to be ready, or if there's going to be any delays for it. So they're waiting to see how Crew 1 is progressing, and within the next 30 days they will decide how long the mission is going to be. So if Crew 1 is going to be delayed, then the Demo 1 mission will be longer. If Crew 1 is running on time and is going to be ready on time, then the Demo 1 mission will be shorter, because they will end this, bring Bob and Doug home, and get the Crew 1 mission. They've been training for a long duration mission. They will get that set of astronauts up to the International Space Station for their long duration mission. So yeah, Bob, unfortunately, delays mean that Bob and Doug get to stay in space for a long time. No delays mean Bob and Doug get the short stick and they have to come home early. Are we live? Why did they put a blue suit over his clothing? Yes, we're live, Sarah. The blue suit, I'm not 100% sure why you put the blue suit on.
This is Mission Control, Houston. Again, you're getting a look at the inside of the International Space Station. That's NASA astronaut Chris Cassidy, commander of Expedition 63. Continuing to get some of those cameras configured for hatch opening. Many milestones already passed after docking at 9:16 a.m. Central, almost 2 hours ago at this point. At the time of docking, the International Space Station was on Russian thrusters. After contact and capture was moved over to control moment gyro, stabilization and attitude control, now back to its standard configuration of thrusters and control moment gyros. After an umbilical connecting Dragon to the International Space Station was established, we did get confirmation of good power flowing from the International Space Station to Dragon. Dragon now relying on station power.
The bell, they have to play the bell.
We did get confirmation of good data transmission.
I think they already played the bell.
And of course, the teams here on the ground, both here in Houston and in Hawthorne, troubleshooting some of the communication to make sure that is ready to go prior to hatch opening. Pressurization between International Space Station and Dragon brought up to the same pressure, 14.7, the same we would find here on Earth. Leak checks are next to confirm the pressure is stabilized between the two vehicles. You see the hatch just on the other side of Chris Cassidy there. That's the hatch to the pressurized mating adapter. There's two more hatches once you go down that hatchway. One is to the international docking adapter, and the other is the hatch of Dragon itself.
So it looks like pressurization is all set for the vestibule. They're waiting on leak checks here now, and then will be hatch opening coming up here probably in the next 15 minutes. You can see Chris Cassidy, he's the astronaut with the blue suit on. I'm guessing the blue suit is mostly for media purposes, because they're going to have an official welcoming ceremony that will be broadcast on NASA TV, and so I don't know why they would, like, I don't know. It's just like an official ceremony where they, like, the crew talks to the camera. And so I'm guessing that maybe the blue suit is just for that official ceremony, but I don't know if it has some sort of operational purpose to it. Open the pod bay doors, Hale. Yeah, there you go. Timo says they put their blue suits on for the ceremony. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. It's more for the media ceremony than anything else. How many people are on the ISS? There's 3 people right now. There will be 5 and momentarily. Photo op in uniform, who wouldn't? Yeah, right. Yeah, that's basically what it's for. That's my feeling, at least. Yeah, Cassidy rang the bell. Yeah, the bell already rang at docking. They did it kind of over the radio. We heard that it was super loud. the radio comms are having trouble communicating with Crew Dragon while it's docked there through the data radio umbilical, or the data umbilical. They're having trouble communicating over the umbilical cord for comms. And Sebi said they should just open the hatch, then they don't need to worry about the data comms. We're getting there. We're almost there. Couple minutes away. David's got an ISS pass flyover soon. That's a good thought there. Like, the next time you look at the International Space Station, if you have an ISS pass coming by, using an app like or Spot the Station on the NASA website, if you're using one of those flyover planners, the next time you see it, there are now 2 more astronauts that will be on board the International Space Station. It's kind of crazy. And a Crew Dragon capsule attached to it. When is Elon going to visit? I think Elon said he wants to go, but I don't think he will. He said in a press conference a long time ago, he said he would go, but he doesn't think that his teams would let him go. Like, he's basically saying, like, he's too valuable, like they wouldn't allow him to go because they wouldn't want to lose him or something. Or MVM said he heard the comms issue was resolved. Did anybody else hear that? I didn't hear that, but I wasn't listening super closely, so if you heard that the comm issue was resolved, let me know. I know it was improving.
Dragon with a couple of questions.
I am here and ready to copy.
Hey, Anna. We show about an hour and 11 minutes since we started drying the suits, just to let you know that. And then the other thing is we can put 4.400 Section 2 in work if you think we have some time before we get the hatch open.
We copy. You are go to stop drying your suits and turn off that suit fan at this time. Let me get you words on that waste system flush.
Copy. We'll shut the suit fan off now.
So I think they're talking about waste system flushing. So
in Dragon SpaceX, we are about a half hour prior to hatch open, so you are go to do that waste system flush if that sounds good to you at this time.
We're half an hour still to opening, so they pushed it back a little bit.
Okay, we may give it a few minutes. If it's going to be 30 minutes until hatch opening, we may want to use it just one more time. So yeah, we may hold off for another 10 minutes or so. But let us know if anything changes. Otherwise, we'll do it then.
Totally reasonable. Sounds like a good plan. Thanks.
And Dragon, Houston on Dragon 2 ground. We're still working comm issues. We're going to take down the big loop now. We'll maintain you on Dragon to ground. We'll call you when we have hardline back.
Stand by 1 second. Chris.
Still having those comm issues.
Dragon copies, Houston. Thanks.
Go ahead, Chris. Sorry, we're talking to Dragon.
Yeah, no problem. Hey, I'm just looking ahead at the PAO event, and I know it says video through the node 2 and space to ground 2 up and down. It would only take me about 1 minute to change back over to the encoder and go do comm the normal way that we do PAO events, if that's something that's preferred. It really is super fast, and I can get you that way in that config real quick if you need it. Later.
Copy, Chris. Yeah, copy. Thanks for that. We'll offer it up, and I'll let you know if we want to go that way.
Copy. Obviously not urgent or important, just throwing it out there.
All right, so we're getting ready. Sounds like they pushed off hatch opening just a little bit, about another half an hour to hatch opening. So we're getting there. We're getting close. We're almost there. Let's see. Sorry, are you answering things on Twitch? Yeah, I mean, I didn't see anything you said on Twitch, but yeah, we answer stuff. I got them all here, but there's a lot of chat to go through. Just if I didn't see your question, just ask it again. I'll see it. But we're simulcasting on 5 platforms all at the same time, so I got chat flowing all over the map. Chat's flying around. We get as many as we can. There are important things going on right now. Here, so a lot of people, they don't like. Sounds like Jimmy doesn't like that we're focusing on space exploration right now. I mean, there's still important work happening with space exploration too that we've got to proceed with. Yeah, DV8. 1 chat is hard enough, let alone 5? Yeah, yep. 5. I got 5 chats. Hey, luckily they're all consolidated into a single chat platform, but that means if you're on Twitch and you only see like 3 chat messages, because we don't nearly get as many. What do we got on Twitch right now? 190 people on Twitch. We've got about 1,600 over on YouTube. So just because you only see a couple of messages on Twitch, don't forget I have a whole bunch of other messages on YouTube and on Facebook, and we've got them all, and they're all consolidated together, so they come in first come, first serve. Do you need me to switch to Twitch? No, I think we're okay. How do astronauts sleep? With their eyes closed. They usually have sleeping bags that they zip themselves into to kind of hold them in place so that they don't float all around the either the capsule or the space station. But yeah, they just zip themselves into sleeping bags, and that just holds them in place. But other than that, they're floating, like they sleep floating. And astronauts say some things that are where they're like, this is actually kind of comfortable. Bob and Doug said it. They were like, it was surprisingly comfortable to sleep on the Crew Dragon. Because you don't have all the pressure points that are touching your body and your back or your neck or something like that. So you don't have to shift around as much because you're just floating. Well, that's kind of cool. Yeah, they do float around, but in a sleeping bag. The sleeping bag is usually attached, so that they don't they go to sleep in one module and wake up at the other end of the space station. Or crash their head on the ceiling or something. Is it cold on the ISS? I don't know the exact temperature, but I think it's like, I want to say it's like 23 or 25 degrees Celsius on the space station. I think is what it usually is. Does that sound right? Am I making that up? Can you tell us more about splashdown? Do they have vomit bags in their suits? Why are they ready to vomit? Thanks. I do believe they have vomit bags on board. And I think they're expecting to vomit because of the waves rocking back and forth. And, they're also going to be, like, their bodies. There you go. TP Seeker says 75 Fahrenheit, 23.5 Celsius inside the ISS. Thanks for that, TP Seeker. Yeah, so splashing down, like, all their insides, which on the ground normally get pulled down to the bottom, are, they're all floating around too. I mean, it's not quite as bad as, like, being on the, the actual, like, objects that are on the space station. It's not like you have a ton of room, but, all your insides are floating around now. They're not being pulled, so everything feels a little bit weird in space. And all of a sudden you splash down and everything goes back into place. All of a sudden, hello, gravity's back. Everything's back into place. So you get a little bit of, your insides get jostled around a little bit. Plus then you're sitting in the ocean, bobbing around in a spacecraft. And they're going to be in that for like an hour before recovery teams can get them out. So they're going to be sitting in the spacecraft for an hour doing this. Hopefully not, hopefully it's not too violent, but yeah, they'll be going crazy. What are we watching is the hands of what is this? What we are watching is the hands on fine-tuning of what planned ahead of time. I'm not sure. I think I missed the context on that. Would a personal satellite phone work on the space station? Everybody's talking about these phones today. Well, on space station, I imagine it would have a hard time just because of all the electrical equipment that's on board. It'd probably be difficult to get a satellite signal directly into the space station with a handheld personal phone. But let's say that wasn't a case. If you were just like floating outside space with a satellite phone, it would probably also be very complicated and tough to do, only because you and your satellite phone are traveling at 17,500 miles per hour and trying to keep a lock on a satellite, even a geostationary satellite. Now, all of a sudden, geostationary satellites are no longer advantageous by being directly overhead, because now they're staying overhead, but you're not anymore. So I imagine that would be the trouble with a satellite phone if you're floating in space. It'd be hard to lock on a particular satellite. Satellite phones are not, they're generally not expecting, the satellites that communicate with those satellite phones are generally not expecting those people that have handheld satellite phones to be moving at 17,000 miles per hour.
If you're still there, we think we still have it backwards.
How do astronauts readjust when they get back to Earth? Do they have trouble moving their bodies? Yeah, the longer they're up there, the harder it is. One of the I don't know, the more interesting things, I find it funny, is when the Soyuz comes back. The Soyuz lands on land. The Soyuz landing is kind of a crazy operation because it looks like something out of like a, I don't know, like a, backwoods hillbilly kind of program, because like, I don't like to use that terminology, but the Soyuz lands and then you just have a bunch of like random trucks that are all driving out there. I'd expect to see somebody like in the back bed of a truck being like, yeah, here we go. But they go flying out to the capsule in all these trucks, and then they pull the astronauts out, and they have trouble like with their muscles being used to gravity again. And so they have to like lift the astronauts out, and then they carry them out and they set them on what appear to be lawn chairs. Like old school lawn chairs too, like dollar store lawn chairs. It looks so weird. It's the craziest thing. But it's funny. Do they lose weight or just muscle wastage in space? I do think they lose some weight. I think it depends on how long they're up there for. How long? Marcio? So that's a terrible thing to say. I know, it feels weird to say it, but you would just expect for a space program, it's nothing against, like, if you want to ride in the, the back of a truck and go tearing it up, like, I don't mind that. It's just, it seems like a weird juxtaposition with a space program with all the engineering and technology involved, like, stereotypically, like, those two things don't go together. So it's a weird juxtaposition to see, pickup trucks racing. I want to buy a pickup truck, so, but you just wouldn't expect to see, I don't know, just the way they race across like the desert there with like the dirt's kicking up and it's like, it looks like more like somebody's going off-roading as opposed to going to recover a sophisticated piece of technology. Like, both have their place. Off-roading is cool, technology, but seeing that, seeing the truck go across its desert area to this complicated piece of technology, it just seems like a weird juxtaposition to have those two together, but that's how they do it in Russia. I don't know why that seems weird to me, but it just seems funny.
Endeavor, Houston calling on hardline for a voice check.
Yeah, there you go. It looks like a scene from Mad Max. There you go. MVM's got it. It is like a scene from Mad Max. That's the funny part to me. It looks like a scene from Mad Max. I like that explanation better. So they have exercise equipment in the ISS? Yes, they do. They try to keep their...
Houston calling via hardline for a voice check.
They do have exercise equipment to try to keep their muscles as toned as possible, but they still break down a little bit.
Loud and clear, how was?
Hey, Endeavor, Houston, we have you loud and clear on hardline. Great news.
Hey, they fixed the comm issue. All right.
Well, congrats. Sounds like we got it at least somewhat sorted out.
Affirmative, concur. We think we might have found an interference between C2V2 and the hardline system, but we're going to keep it here for now and proceed down the timeline.
There we go. Lights coming on.
Never copies.
Look at all the preparation work. Like, it looks like, at this point, it looks like the preparation work is more for the media purposes. For all, they're setting all the cameras up and all the lighting and everything else. Could they ever create gravity on the ISS by giving it rotation like in the movies? We mentioned this a couple times, but the hard thing about rotation, like you see in the movies, like artificial gravity, is the structure has to be massive. It has to be huge to do rotational, like artificial gravity. Because if it's not huge, then your head rotates at a different speed than your feet do.
Houston, I'm 3. Hey, can you back me up on the PVP?
It messes with your mind and your orientation and things like that. So that's why it has to be really big so that there's a minimal perception of the speed difference between your head and your feet. If it's a small craft, I always get this wrong. Your head will rotate faster, well, depending, yeah. If you're standing on the outside of the craft would be rotating. What do you think about this? The outside of the craft would be rotating faster. Is that right? I always get this confused. And the inside of the craft would be rotating slower? Or do I have that backwards? One way or another, the outside and the inside are rotating at different speeds. There you go. Head would be slower. Head would be slower? Yeah, head would be slower, yes. I get myself all mixed up in knots. I have to, like, really think about that. But, yeah. Head would be slower, lighter. Yeah, so it just messes with your head if your feet are traveling faster than your head is. It doesn't give you the same feeling. Yeah, and then it would be about blood flow as well. Yeah, your blood flow would be all screwed up. Gives you vertigo.
This is Mission Control Houston. You're looking at the inside of the International Space Station. What you were hearing before were just some of the audio and video checks, just making sure that everything's synced up so that we get the best views and the best audio possible for when Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley come through that hatch. We're working towards a hatch opening now. You can see Chris Cassidy down the pressurized mating adapter. That hatch will open up to the international docking adapter. On the other side is the Dragon hatch. Cassidy working through those procedures after pressure equalization was complete. Now expecting around the order of 10 to 15 minutes maybe until we finally get that hatch open. So we'll stand by, keep those views coming from the inside of the International Space Station to welcome Bob and Doug aboard.
Yeah, there you go. I like Odie's comment. Says next time you're on a tilt-a-whirl, turn your head to feel the effects sometime. Yeah, so just spinning alone, I mean, it'll provide you artificial gravity by spinning, but it doesn't mean it will be comfortable or pleasant. Did they do the Section 4.4 toilet flush yet? Well, I think they're still waiting on that. A lot of selfie cams. Says Dave. Yeah, they're setting up a lot of cameras. There's a big event. Big event coming up. The final hatch opening. That's basically the completion of stage 1, chapter 1 of their mission. Chapter 1, get to the space station. And that's the new part, is getting to the International Space Station. We lost it. That's not on me. It's not my camera this time. But by the way, can we just say that I don't want to jinx it. You know what I was probably going to say. But yeah, stage 1, that was the new part. Getting to the space station with Crew Dragon and Falcon 9. They're done. They're docked. They're attached. We just have to open the hatch, and that'll be the end of Chapter 1. Chapter 2, hanging out on the space station for anywhere from 4 to 16 weeks. That's pretty cool and all, but they've done that. We've done that with other astronauts. That'll be relatively the same process. Then Chapter 3 will be the next big thing. We'll be live streaming that as well whenever they do decide to come back to Earth. They have to come back in the Crew Dragon capsule. And that actually, so we're all nervous about launch and the danger level of that being a new craft and everything else, just makes you nervous. But re-entry, it has me nervous as well, especially when you think, when Elon said his biggest concern for the Demo-2 mission, his biggest concern, number one concern, is uncontrolled rotation during re-entry. That's his biggest concern. So
this is Mission Control.
Something we got to watch out for.
Looking at the live view of the inside of the International Space Station flight control room. The team here, Orbit 2 team led by Flight Director Scoville, is working through the intricate process of making sure everything is ready to open the hatch and welcome Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley aboard the International Space Station.
Hey, good news, everybody. I just got a notification from YouTube that my copyright claim was released by National Geographic. Thanks, National Geographic, for releasing that copyright claim that was false to begin with. It only took 7 hours. But the video should be back up. Ah, so frustrating.
How do you read me? Counter 121, 122, 123, 124, 125.
Here, and then give you a go to come back on board.
In Dragon SpaceX, you were pretty broken in that previous call.
Here's some stations with the ground too. I don't hear Dragon.
I think you're being summoned by the Russian crew.
You're being summoned by the Russian crew. I don't know why that wording kind of got to me a little bit.
In Dragon SpaceX, I was told to proceed with you. Can you please repeat your last?
Anna, just wanted to double check with you to make sure you had copied our last and that we were still good on that estimated timer that you gave us for 30 minutes. It looks like we've got about 10 minutes left. So we'd like to pick up in section 2 of 4.400.
Checking.
This is Mission Control Houston. Chris Cassidy opens the hatch to the International Docking Adapter, 11:37 a.m. Central Time. Station and Dragon flying together, 267 statute miles over the South Pacific. This is a view from the camera at the forward end of Dragon.
20 minutes until Dragon hatch
This is,
open
oh,
and the APAS hatch
I was like, what are we looking at here? Yeah, so this is the forward end of Dragon, so this would be the docking port there. Oh, there's a good example of camera exposure. We were talking about that with why you don't see stars. Right there's camera exposure. Look at you got that bright light. That would be the Dragon. You can't even see the rest of the station with that bright light.
11:37 a.m. Central. The
wow.
hatch
Hello. Yep, that's a close-up.
The International Docking Adapter was open. You see Chris Cassidy there poking his head in.
Oh, he's got the...
That's the camera at the forward.
Got the outer hatch
Dragon.
open.
Now only one hatch separating Bob Behnken, Doug Hurley from Chris Cassidy.
I guess that makes sense.
Here from those Dragon views.
So
expected time to open that hatch is about 20 minutes from now.
20 minutes from now. Oh, so we got... Wow, 20
we'll
minutes.
Report that time to you and expect to do a welcome ceremony at 12:15 a.m. Central Time. 1:15 p.m. Eastern.
So we're still 20 minutes or 20 minutes out.
Welcome Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley aboard the International Space Station as part of the Expedition 63 crew. We'll get to hear some words from them and have some VIPs here in Mission Control Houston to provide words to the teams that oversaw the entire mission and the crew aboard the International Space Station.
Station Houston, we copy the hatch open, no condensation, thanks.
So yeah, that was I see a couple of people talking about the star thing with the explanation. Yeah, so that was a perfect example. Everybody was asking when the Crew Dragon capsule was coming in and we didn't see any stars in the background. That was a perfect example of why we don't see any stars. You get that bright light, which compared to stars in the background, stars are way dimmer than you think they are. The stars in the background compared to the brightly lit Crew Dragon capsule, the camera exposure can't expose for both things at the same time.
A little choppy.
So you get when we had that view there with the bright light, that you couldn't even see the rest of the station. But then once the bright light went away, then you could see the station. The camera has to be on auto exposure, so it's constantly adjusting its exposure there. Right? Oh, hey, Mike Mongo joining us in the Periscope chat says great explanation about the stars. Thanks, Mike.
Anatoly on the big loop, and I'd also like to report 2 bottles of water consumed from location 9, bag 204.
These guys are crushing the water. Another 2 bottles of water crushed.
Location 9, bag 204.
Oh, jeez.
And to confirm, that was for the waste system flush.
He looks like he's putting a lot of effort into that.
1 for the waste system.
Let's see. Yeah, exactly. Matrix says it's the same reason why you don't see stars during the day. Yep, that's what we mentioned earlier. Same reason you can't see stars in the daytime. Just your eyes, they're still there. Your eyes aren't exposed for that, or cameras aren't exposed for that.
Docking interface.
Dragon, com check on the big loop for Anatoly from Endeavor.
It's like try to take a long exposure picture of the stars in the middle of the day at noon. You're gonna get a giant picture of white. My question is, where is Starman? Starman is out past Mars right now. He's in heliocentric orbit, orbiting the sun. But he's past Mars right now. Crossed Mars orbit, past Mars, on the way back. Already hit Apogee. It's coming back.
Endeavor has you loud and clear. How copy? hear your voice. Dragon SM, how do you read me?
Loud and clear.
Okay.
If they turned off,
Turn noise system.
if they turned off the lights and took a photo, they could see the stars. Then sure, yeah. If you were on the sunset side of your orbit, and you turned off the space station lights, so you wanted to take a picture out the window. I mean, you'd be moving really fast, so it'd be really hard to take a picture of stars while you're moving, because generally you need a relatively long exposure picture to take a picture of stars in general. Anybody that's taken night photographs, usually you're doing long exposure. When you're moving at 17,000 miles per hour, trying to take a long exposure picture becomes really difficult. But you could take a picture of the stars on the sunset side when you're not on the sun side, and you've got, if you've got the lights off and you're pointing out the window, take a long exposure, you'd get star streaks. Because you'd be moving too fast. But yeah, sure, you could get stars. But that's not what we were looking at today. We were looking at the Crew Dragon capsule.
Go ahead and Dragon to ground.
So I copy that the waste system flush is in work, and 2 more bags were consumed from location 9, bag 204, and that includes the water used for the waste system flush. Is that all correct?
From bag 204, one of which Bob is in the process of consuming, and the other will be for the waste flush. That is correct.
Perfect. Thanks for clarifying. And secondly, do we have your permission to come back on board with video?
Negative. We're going to need about 2 minutes. We're just wrapping up ops here right now.
Copy. 2 more minutes. We will await your confirmation.
You guys can read into that comment. They are preparing for the waste flush. And Mission Control asked them if they had permission to come back on board with cameras, and they said negative. We are continuing to wrap up operations. Somebody going to the bathroom right now. We can't bring the cameras on board. Somebody's using the waste equipment. What does the welcoming ceremony consist of? It's not super exciting. There's no fireworks or confetti or anything, but they're going to come in. I mean, it is still exciting, but they're going to come in. They'll say a few words. They'll have some, hey, how you doing? Good to see you. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming. Thanks for flying SpaceX. We're here. Check your destination. Check the flight boards for your departure flight. No, they'll have a media event where they will say a couple of words. Probably grab the flag, the ST. I don't know if they'll grab the flag or because they'll retrieve that. That'll probably be the departure ceremony when they grab the flag, the STS-135 flag to bring it home.
Again, we're expecting about 10 to 15 minutes to open up.
Yeah, put your trays in an upright position. I think the trays should already be in the upright position because we already did the final approach. This is deplaning now. Can they have champagne? Maybe. I don't know if they have champagne on board. I'm sure they'll have a little bit of a celebration now that they're on board and they can stretch out and they got some more room. I'm sure they'll have probably not a media event celebration. The media celebration will be the welcoming ceremony, but then the cameras go off and it'll probably be like, yeah, all right, we made it. Looks like he's trying to make a bed in space. Yeah, I think he's covering up the hatch. The hatch is relatively sensitive in the sense that you want to make sure seals aren't damaged and, all the latching equipment is not damaged and, also somebody doesn't get hurt on it. But yeah, he's just covering up the hatch right now. Confetti would be bad on the ISS. Yes, definitely. That would.
Go ahead.
Anna, you're clear to come on board.
There we go.
Copy. Clear to come on board, and thanks for your patience with the comm. We are in an orientation that's creating some blockage to receive your comm on Dragon Ground.
Yeah, we figured that was it. No problem. That's part of the deal.
It takes about this long to get my kids out of their car seats.
Chris Cassidy giving a wave, eagerly awaiting
Can relate
Bob
to
and
that.
Doug to come aboard. Just behind him, you see Anatoly Ivanishyn and Ivan Wagner, Russian cosmonauts of Expedition 63, standing by. We'll be able to come aboard Dragon here in a sec, get some views from the crew Dragon. We're in a short handover of those communications from the International Space Station. Video and audio should be regaining them momentarily.
All right. All right, we're just about there for hatch opening here. What do we got? Roughly, I think I put it 5 minutes early, so my timer says 5 minutes. It should be about 10 minutes, but it just seemed like a long time. So we're between 5 and 10 minutes away. Looks like. Oh wait, I see movement. What's happening down there? Oh no. That's Chris Cassidy down in the thing. I was like, wait a minute, I see movement. No, that's Chris Cassidy down by the vestibule there. Got confused for a minute because we had only seen Chris in there. Now we see all three. Oh, yeah. What would happen with fireworks on the ISS? It would make a big mess. Do they have to log everything they eat and drink in space? Yeah, I think they do, actually. I think they have to log everything for inventory purposes.
The foreground there, Chris Cassidy continuing the prep work for opening up the hatch there. Again, the pressurized mating adapter hatch you see there in the foreground is open. The APAS hatch to the International Docking Adapter is open. Just one more, and that's the hatch of Dragon, the Crew Dragon vehicle.
So third person, yeah, there's 2 Russians and 1 American on board. So hatch opening 5 to 10 minutes from now, expected. Do they have to log their outtake as well? I don't think so. But I don't know.
Houston Station, space to ground 2. Station is ready for Dragon hatch equalization.
Dragon hatch equalization.
Copies. Dragon call ready when you're able.
Why do they need to cover everything up? Mostly, well, for protection and also, you know, you're protecting the...
Houston Dragon, go ahead.
Protecting the equipment. You also don't want anybody to run into it.
And Dragon Houston, just looking to confirm that you're ready for hatch equalization.
We are ready as long as SpaceX is ready.
We're coming up. We should have hatch opening very shortly here.
Station and Endeavour, stand by for equalization. We're putting it in work. Expected equalization time 4 minutes.
This is going to take 4 minutes to equalize. So we've still got at least
Endeavour copies.
At least 4 minutes. So let's update the timeline here. We got a couple minutes. Couple minutes to go. We're probably about 5 minutes away from hatch opening. Is it relatively quiet in space? Yes, it would be relatively quiet in space because there are no air molecules in space to transmit sound. I mean, there are some molecules, but they are like so far dispersed that it's very difficult to transmit any sort of sound. Because basically there's no air. I mean, our sound is basically vibration of the air molecules that we're hearing. So yeah, we have no air molecules to vibrate, so you can't hear anything in space. Won't they feel claustrophobic? Yeah, you definitely don't want to be somebody that gets claustrophobic easily if you're flying to space, because that capsule, although it's bigger than like the Apollo capsule, it's still not a huge area to be in, and plus, when you're on the ISS, you're confined to. You have a finite amount of space that you can go to. Yeah, there. Max says on the ISS. I think it hums constantly. I imagine there's probably noises on the ISS. The ISS has air pressure inside the space station, so you can talk and you can hear. There are sounds inside the space station. It's just outside the space station.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're continuing to equalize the pressure of that last hatch. Behind that hatch is Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley aboard the Crew Dragon spacecraft. We are moments away from opening the hatch and welcoming them aboard the International Space Station.
Oh man, I feel like we've been waiting forever. Let's get this thing open. Come on now. Yeah, how do they communicate with each other? Yeah, well, you could still, like I said, you can talk inside the space station because there is air inside the space station, just not outside the space station. Let's see, if you can't transmit sound, how does the combustion chamber work? You're talking about on a rocket, the combustion chamber? Well, a rocket has to brings fuel, and it has to bring its own oxygen. Because you got your triangle of fire is, what is it? The fuel, something to burn, oxygen, and an ignition source. So those are the three things that you need to make fire. So you have fuel, RP1. You have, they bring their own oxygen. That's why you have to bring liquid oxygen, an oxidizer on board. And then the combustion source for like the Falcon 9, they're actually using TTEB, which is a hypergolic fuel chemicals that is a chemical reaction that combust on contact. So that's a chemical reaction ignition source. But yeah, you do have to you got to bring your own oxygen. There is no oxygen in space to burn with, so bring your own oxygen. Then you have to put fuel and oxygen in the combustion chamber, and then once you ignite it with TTEB, a chemical reaction ignition, then your fuel burns.
If you're just tuning in, we are standing by for confirmation of the hatch opening between the International Space Station and the Crew Dragon.
Do they bump into space debris often? No, generally no. I mean, most of the space debris we monitor and track, and they will actually, the space station has its own onboard thrusters, and they will move the entire space station out of the way to make sure that they don't run into space debris. I believe they I can't recall off the top of my head, but I believe they have.
There's the hatch to the Crew Dragon.
Oh, there you go. Look at that.
seeing Doug Hurley through the glass on the other side.
Coming up, we should have hatch opening any second here now.
And there's Bob Behnken.
There he is, looking through. He might be like another, I think my thing updated automatically, but we're probably about a minute or two away. Coming up soon here.
Still equalizing that pressure between Crew Dragon and International Space Station, just moments away.
Open it up! Let him out! Let him out? Let him in. Let him out and in. Come on, we want to see them get out of there. Why are they not wearing masks? These guys have been in quarantine for... This is like the ultimate quarantine. Guys on the space station have been in quarantine for a long, long time. And Doug and Bob have been in quarantine for 3 weeks before this. Oh, yes, thank you, Song 110. They're pyrophoric, not hypergolic. That's right. They burn on contact with the oxygen. Yep. You are correct. I forgot about that. I misspoke. Pyrophoric chemicals.
On Big Loop, you are go for hatch opening per the decal, followed by the remaining actions in your procedure 4.400.
Yeah, so that I misspoke earlier. The T-tab is...
Dragon copies, go for hatch opening and remaining steps in 4.400.
Yeah, T-tab is a pyrophoric chemical, which actually means it ignites on contact with oxygen. And they bring their own oxygen. So yeah, thanks for that. Thanks for looking that up there, Song 110. Fact checking me. I appreciate that. Sometimes I need that. You talk off the top of your head for how long we've been going? For 4 hours? Bound to get something wrong at some point. Here we go. They're opening the hatch now. I think. Oh, it looks like he's trying to get a hose out of the way. Can you move the smaller screen? Yep, sorry. Didn't notice that was still happening. Pop the cork. Let him in. There you go. There's Bob and Doug. Getting ready to head out. Waiting on them. Looks like they're working on opening the hatch now. They're spinning the valve or whatever that thing's called. I don't know what that's called. Put the camera on the hatch. I don't have control over the camera. I'm just showing you what they're showing me. There it is. Hatch open. The hatch is open. They opened it up. Look at that. Here it comes, coming down. It goes down into the capsule and then kind of slides out of the way.
And with that, the hatch is open. 12:02 p.m. Central Time, 1:02 p.m. Eastern. Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley opened the hatch to the International Space Station after launching from American soil on a U.S. vehicle for the first time in 9 years. The first time ever for a commercially built spacecraft.
There we go. We've got hatch opening. Now let him out. Get out of the way. I know, Marcio, I'm with you. Tell him to get out of the way. I can't see. We're looking at here's the split screen right there. The hand camera is a bit sickening to look at, which is why I've been focused on this camera, because it's a little steadier. But once he gets out of the way, let him out already. I know you guys are asking me to get rid of the events overlay. I am gonna do it in a minute, but I'm gonna be honest with you. That's a little bit strategic right now, especially after the copyright thing that we just had with National Geographic. Having the overlays on there helps me avoid getting those automatic copyright claims because it alters the video. So I am being a little. I'm being a little strategic. When they go full screen, I'll minimize the events list, but.
If you're just tuning
it's slightly
in,
strategic.
The hatches are open between Dragon and the International Space Station. International Space Station Commander Chris Cassidy now talking with Doug Hurley and Bob Behnken aboard the Crew Dragon spacecraft. That hatch open at 12:02 p.m. Central, 1:02 p.m. Eastern.
Look at that. They're gathering their carry-ons. Getting ready to jump off.
SpaceX Dragon on the big loop. The hatch is open in 5.5, 4.400. How copy?
Hi, copy. Hatch is open. Great to hear. Thanks.
And SpaceX Dragon in 5.9, we're going to exit out of 4.400 and transition to 2.102 Crew Dragon ISS arrival through the hatch opening.
I copy. With that, I understand you are complete with 4.400 and will follow along with you as you transition to the ISS procedure.
There they go. They got their iPads. They're ready to go on station. I can't believe they have. I feel like I'd be rushing out of there. I know that they got a job to do. They can't just rush out. All right, fine. But I'd be like, let me out of here. I'm coming in. They have to post their out of office message. I like that. They should already have the out of office message up. They were out of the office yesterday. How long were they in the Crew Dragon? Well, the T minus or the T plus countdown is showing 20.
Mission Control Houston. The crew of DM-2 just performing a few closeout duties. The hatches are open. They were open 12:02 p.m. Central Time. We're moments away from the Dragon crew aboard DM-2 to enter the International Space Station.
Yeah, so the T plus countdown's at 21 hours and 44 minutes, and they boarded the Crew Dragon capsule at T minus 2 hours and 15 minutes. So that would be pretty much exactly 24 hours. Did I have that math right? 21:45 plus 2:15. That would be almost, like literally, almost exactly 24 hours on the dot. That's kind of crazy. But yes, what exact? Oh, that's not a question for me. That's. You would think four hours is enough time to get them through the hatch. Yeah, right. Well, we've been streaming for 4 hours, but we had the whole approach phase first. We had to actually approach and dock. So, but it has been. When did we dock? Hard capture was at 10:27. So yeah, it's been like 2.5 hours since hard capture. So it's been a while.
Chris, when you're able, we're just looking for a quick voice check on the mic.
Let's see, I missed it. What's the name of the Dragon? They named it Endeavour. Third ship to be named Endeavour. Apollo 15 was named Endeavour. There was a Space Shuttle Endeavour, and now a Crew Dragon Endeavour. Anticipation on both sides. There you go. Is he getting out of the way now? The 3 space station astronauts are back in station.
Go ahead.
Chris, we were hoping we could voice check the mic just before starting the PAO event.
Okay, copy that.
They're still trying to get their checked bag or their luggage. No, probably the checked bags are later. These are their carry-ons. They're looking for their carry-ons. It's a very grainy picture there. Guess we can go to this one. This one's not much better.
On the big loop in step 6.1 of 2.102, IMV duct installation is complete. Go for IMV fan activation.
Houston copies, go for IMV fan activation, that's in work.
How many more steps are on this checklist? Go inside. We're supposed to have welcoming ceremony, supposed to be in 5 minutes. Hopefully they should be going in, because that welcoming ceremony is scheduled for 5 minutes from now, so hopefully they'll stay on time with that.
If you're just tuning in, you're getting a live look.
We're getting a live look. Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, no. Is he coming out? They still haven't left. Oh.
Station Houston on two things. Chris, we did hear you over the PAO side of things. That was a good voice check. We might ask you for one more. And then for the Dragon crew, you also have a go for 6.3. That's opening the location 23 and checking for debris.
Checking for debris. Opening location 23. I don't know what that is. I know what that is, but likely a storage area. What's inside the space station? They got all kinds of stuff inside the space station. There's experiments, food, living quarters, sleeping quarters, electrical equipment.
If you're just tuning in, you're getting a live look. On the left of your screen is a look inside the Crew Dragon on the DM-2 mission. On the right, the International Space Station.
Houston,
Bob Benkin.
Dragon on the big loop. We are ready for 6.4 and Section 4 of the LIO instructions.
And station, we copy. Dragon crew, you are go at 6.4.
In work.
All of a sudden we switched to this view here. This is a different camera angle. I don't recall seeing this one before. Is this the handheld camera? He's checking the stowage areas there. He's making a weird face. He was checking for debris. We don't know what's in that package there, but interesting note, those center sections there, the where they like those metal cases are, those can all be powered, those center cases. So you could have like refrigerated cases go up to the International Space Station on that, because you can supply power to that center section there. The outside sections, the the cargo, they don't get power. Those are just storage areas. But the center section, you can store powered containers in that center section. So they can bring up ice cream to the International Space Station if they wanted.
This is Mission Control Houston. You're getting a live look at the inside of the International Space Station, losing video communication from the International Space Station. It will only be momentary. We'll have those views back to see Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley enter the International Space Station.
All right, so we lost view. We're on it.
When they do, it'll be the first time that humans will enter through this hatch for the first time in 9 years.
Yeah, there's Velcro everywhere on the space station. They use Velcro quite a lot to hold things in place. Do you know when James Webb Space Telescope is? No, not for sure. It's been delayed so many times. I don't even know. That's too far out on my radar right now. All right, we're supposed to have welcoming ceremony in 1 minute, but it sounds like maybe that's going to be pushed off a couple.
Dragon, so we had to I had to load the procedure from my iPad and hand it in to them, so that's what took a little longer.
We copy, Chris.
They're still there. They haven't left yet. Come on, go in. Does that mean Soyuz is using another hatch? Yeah, Soyuz is docked in another location. There are a couple docking ports at the space station.
Station Houston on 2 for Chris. When convenient, PO requests an additional voice check through the mic.
What kind of signal are they using to communicate with Earth? Well, it's gonna, I don't know what like the frequency is specifically, but it's a radio communication back to Earth. So it'll be some sort of radio comms back to ground stations. May even go up to like the...
And Chris, we're not hearing you in MCC. We are apparently getting it through to PAO. Just stand by.
They may be using like the TDRS tracking satellites, but I have no idea. Duct tape. I'm sure they have a lot of duct tape on the space station.
Chris, PAO is working comm reconfig. I'll call you if we're ready for another check.
Houston and SpaceX Endeavour in 6.5 LIO cartridges sealed and installed.
SpaceX copies.
A couple people asked what's the max capacity of the space station? I believe it holds 6 astronauts. It's usually a crew of between 3 and 6. So I believe in August, well, I don't know, there's 4 more astronauts going up on Crew 1. But I think one of them, like maybe Chris Cassidy, is coming back on a Soyuz. And we won't send another American up on a Soyuz. So, but yeah, usually it's a crew of up to 6 that the space station supports. How long will they stay up there? Undetermined yet.
Houston on 2 for Chris. We wanted you to confirm that the mic is in channel 1. It needs to be in channel 1. A thought here is that it could have been bumped over to 2.
There you go. Gav Saint on Twitch says James Webb Space Telescope is currently slated March 30th, 2021. It's out a ways still.
And Chris, we see you trying. We're still not hearing you in MCC. We're working on it.
Are we totally done sending Americans on the Russian rockets? I don't think we're totally done yet, and that's because the Boeing Starliner is not operational. I think we're still contracted for like one more mission with the Russians until, and I don't think they will. I don't think they'll end that until the Boeing Starliner becomes operational and they have 2 fully operational crew capsules. Actually, might take that back.
Any problems past that point are on our end, so we're looking into it. We'll be right back to you.
They may stop purchasing more Soyuz once Crew Dragon is fully operational and human rated, because that would give them 2 options to go to the space station, either Soyuz or Crew Dragon capsules. So they might actually, after this mission is done, they might decide to no longer purchase any further Russian missions. So.
Station Houston, we have you loud and clear through the mic. Thank you.
The Space Dino. The Space Dino has a name. It's like Timmer, something like that.
Dragon on the big loop in 7.1.
SpaceX here.
Are they leaving yet?
Okay, Anna, in 7.1, it appears that the AVV inner Bravo is open, as well as the PPRV ISO valve.
Oh, wrong one. This button I wanted.
I copy that AVV inner Bravo appears to be open, as well as PPRV ISO valve.
Is it happening? We switched to a higher def feed. No, not yet.
Go ahead and cycle them to closed if you're good with that call.
Yes, we are good with that call and appreciate the status. Thank you.
This is Mission Control Houston. If you're just tuning in, hatches were open at 12:02 p.m. Central Time. We are moments away from Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley entering the International Space Station.
We're so close. How many docking ports does the ISS have? ISS has a lot of docking ports. I think the Russian side has 3 or 4. And I think the US side has
Again, this is Mission Control Houston, moments away from Bob and Doug entering the International Space Station.
So I think there's like 7 total.
Shortly after they enter, we will conduct a welcome ceremony. There will be VIPs here in Mission Control Houston, Ficker 1.
Looks like they're all closed visually now. We are in 8.3 for both SpaceX and Houston. Dragon arrival configuration is complete.
There we go.
SpaceX copies. All valves appear closed visually now, and arrival configuration complete. Excellent to hear.
Houston copies.
Arrival configuration complete.
And with that, Endeavour, welcome to the International Space Station. Please come aboard.
Yeah. Here we go.
Endeavour copies with pleasure. We'll be there in a second.
Come on aboard. Are they coming? Come on, guys.
We have Bob Behnken from
There we
SpaceX
go.
Demo-2 mission entering the International Space Station.
Hey, they made it.
Followed by Doug Hurley.
All right. Look it, I look like I'm on the space station too. I'm part of the crew. Hey guys, high five. High five. High five. Nobody? Nobody. Okay, fine. Look it, I'll be part of the crew. Okay, if I just go like this, I just have to like gradually move around like I'm gonna start the conspiracy theories. Let me put my arm on Doug's leg there. I know. See me moving around like I'm floating. How do I look? I look like I'm floating on the space station with him.
And Station Houston, we see you, and it's a great-looking photograph. So thanks for that. Stand by one. We'll call you when we're ready for the event in the next few seconds.
Get me in the photo. I want to be in the photo.
Got a whole bunch of very happy and grateful people making their way into MCC right now.
I'm gonna get out of this picture because it looks so weird with me in here. Well, actually, I see. I feel like. Oh, I'm gonna go back to. No, I can't go back to that. What do I have a camera view for this? I don't want to block these guys, but I also don't want to look like I'm on the space station.
DM-2 crew now aboard the International Space Station. They entered at 12:22 p.m. Central Time. The station at the time was 262 statute miles over Turkmenistan. Crew all gathered in front of the cameras at the Node 2 forward end of the International Space Station. Just behind them is the hatchway to the Crew Dragon on this DM-2 mission.
Doug smashed
We're
his head.
We're standing by for a welcome ceremony. We'll have VIPs here in Mission Control Houston ready to greet the crew.
Did he smash his head? Oh, he is touching his head. Did he smash his head on something? I didn't notice. I was too busy pretending to be on the space station. Too busy pretending to be there. Yeah, look at it. He's dabbing his head. He smashed. Did he cut himself? What did he smash his head on? Come on, Doug. He must be bleeding. Smashed his head on something. And they're all laughing at him. Funny. What happens to the pod that they rode in? The Crew Dragon capsule will stay attached, and they'll take that home in a couple of weeks from now. So it'll stay right where it is, and when they go home, they will take it with them. What did he smash his head on? I kind of want to back up and see now. Should we back up?
And station, we're just about ready. Stand by.
So they're just about ready. Let me go back. I want to look real quick. Rewinding. Oh, there he goes. Grabbed his head.
The International Space Station.
You can't see it. I think he hit it on the hatch on the way out, or maybe right there. No.
Followed by Doug Hurley.
Must have been. He must have hit it on the hatch on the way out. We couldn't really see it.
Sir, Administrator Bridenstine, welcome to MCC. Please call station for a voice check.
Station, this is the NASA Administrator. Can you hear me?
We hear you loud and clear, sir. Welcome to the space station.
All right, I'm going to jump out and go quiet so you can listen in.
It's good to see you. And welcome to Bob and Doug. I will tell you, the whole world saw this mission, and we are so proud of everything you have done for our country, and in fact, to inspire the world.
We sure appreciate that, sir. It's obviously been our honor to be just a small part of this. We have to give credit to SpaceX, the Commercial Crew Program, and of course NASA. It's great to get the United States back in the crewed launch business, and we're just really glad to be on board this magnificent complex.
Well, we have some VIPs with us here, and I'm sure they have some questions that they'd like to ask you, but I have one of my own before I turn it over. And I just wanted to find out if you guys got any sleep on your way up there the last, I'd say, I got 19 hours. Did you guys get any sleep?
Yeah, I think a lot of folks in Hawthorne were asking the same question, sir, but we did get probably a good
7 hours or so opportunity for sleep, and I did succeed at sleep, and Doug did as well. So the first night is always a little bit of a challenge, but the Dragon was a slick vehicle, and we had good airflow, and so we had a excellent evening, and just excited to be back in low Earth orbit again.
Amazing. Well, one of the people that is here with us today is Senator Ted Cruz, and of course he's a huge advocate of America's space program, and he's been somebody who has helped us so much as we transition from one administration to the next administration. And the reason missions like this can have success is because of continuity of purpose. And Senator Ted Cruz was a leader on a bill called the the NASA Transition Authorization Act. And because of that, we have had a lot of political support, and we're very grateful for his leadership. Senator Cruz, would you like to say a few words?
Well, congratulations, gentlemen. The eyes of the world are upon you, and everyone is proud of you. All of America is watching you, and today and yesterday represent big, big days. We're looking at a decade since we've had American astronauts launched on an American ship from American soil. And I can tell you, I sat with my wife and kids in our living room watching on TV yesterday, and I suspect we did what just about everyone watching did, including both of you. We just held our breath as it took off. And we're glad to see you've landed safely. We're glad to see you've docked. And so let me ask you, that Dragon is an amazing vehicle. How does she handle?
It flew just like it was supposed to. It was we had a couple opportunities to take it out for a spin, so to speak, once after we got into orbit last night, and again today about 20 minutes before we docked. And my compliments to the folks back at Hawthorne and SpaceX for how well it flew. It is exactly like the simulator, and we couldn't be happier about the performance of the vehicle.
What do you guys hope to accomplish in your time on the International Space Station?
Well, while we're on board the space station, of course, with the new spacecraft, we do hope to put her through her paces, and so the good ship Endeavour is going to get a lot of checkout over the next week or two here, and hopefully we'll be able to declare her operational, and Doug and I will be able to take some burden off of Chris and his crewmates, Ivan and Anatoly, so that we can keep the space station operating at its peak possibilities. So we're looking forward to contributing any way that we can, and like I said, trying to keep space station as productive as possible.
As a country, we're in the midst of a tough week. We're seeing protests, we're seeing a lot of anger, we're seeing violence. And I have to say, this launch and y'all's docking is a powerful inspiration of what we can do when we come together, of the power of unity, the power of ingenuity. And so I guess the last question I would ask you is since you have the opportunity to address, in particular, all the young people in America, what would you tell them in terms of what we can do when we can come together?
You know, that's a great question. 9 years ago, just about exactly 9 years ago, we docked with Atlantis on STS-135, the last flight of the Space Shuttle program, a 30-year program. And folks at SpaceX, folks at NASA, the Commercial Crew Program put their heads together and worked diligently year after year, making sacrifices, working hard. And then 9 years later, American launch capability was restored, and this is just one effort that we can show for the ages in this dark time that we've had over the past several months to kind of inspire especially the young people in the United States to reach for these lofty goals and work hard and look what you can accomplish.
Thank you, gentlemen. God bless you.
Thank you, Senator Cruz. We have another very special guest here that represents the Johnson Space Center. And, of course, it's my good friend from the House of Representatives, Dr. Brian Babin. And I want to be clear, he also was a big part of the NASA Transition Authorization Act, which gave us the continuity of purpose to make this happen today. So, gentlemen, here is Dr. Brian Babin from the state of Texas.
Thank you. So great to be with you guys. I was at the launch yesterday. I just want to say a huge congratulations. And, there was a thunderstorm that blew in about 30 minutes or 45 minutes or so before liftoff. And it was in doubt there for a minute, but it was just an enormous achievement. I just want to say thank you for you guys. Really appreciate what you're doing for America. And the crew that's already been up there, Chris, and your two fellow Russians, to give you a great big thank you as well. I have a son who was a Navy SEAL, and I want to thank you for your service there too, Chris. And also, I would like to just see what I know you've said that the craft, the Dragon, handled very well, but I want to see how it compares with the Space Shuttle. If one of you would address that, I would appreciate it.
Well, thank you, sir. It certainly has been a long endeavor for us and our namesake spacecraft. We're proud to have her on board the International Space Station after all that the teams around the country and across America have done to get us here today. As far as a comparison with the Space Shuttle, both Doug and I took a few minutes while we were accomplishing the approach and docking to, in our spare time, talk a little bit about it. We were surprised a little bit at how smooth things were off the pad. The Space Shuttle is a pretty rough ride heading into orbit with the solid rocket boosters. And our expectation was, as we continued with the flight into second stage, that things would basically get a lot smoother than the Space Shuttle did. But Dragon was huffing and puffing all the way into orbit, and we were definitely driving or riding a Dragon all the way up. And so it was not quite the same ride, the smooth ride, as the Space Shuttle was up to MECO. A little bit less G's, but a little bit more alive is probably the best way I would describe it. Anything else, Doug?
No? Sounds good.
Bob, what is MECO?
Sorry, I have to apologize for actually using the term MECO. It's a little bit confusing between the Space Shuttle and the Dragon vehicle. So it's a main engine cutoff is what MECO stands for. Those happened at different times in flight for the two vehicles. For the Space Shuttle, that was when you were all the way in orbit. For Dragon, that was just a little bit after 2 minutes. And then we had the single engine cutoff for second stage when we achieved orbit. So that time under the single engine under Dragon with one engine was more of an experience than the shuttle was for that 6.5 minutes or so that we were under that second stage motor.
Well, I would just like to say, in fact, Doug, did you have something you wanted to add there? I met your mother and father yesterday, Doug, and great folks. They're very, very proud of their son.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Hopefully they enjoyed the launch. I know for parents, it can probably be pretty nerve-wracking for them to experience a launch. This was their third, so I'm glad everything went okay, and hopefully it was a good show. We haven't obviously heard or seen any video yet, but we're looking forward to seeing the launch replayed sometime.
I can assure you that it was a great show. It was one of the treats of my lifetime, I would have to say, and many other folks that were sitting there looking all across the country and even the world. And I can tell you, as Senator Cruz said, we've gone through some really,
really rough times over the last few days, and to have that successful launch, the public-private partnership between NASA and SpaceX, and you guys being so well trained and having it go off without a hitch was a tremendous blessing for our country. And I can't tell you how many emails and communications I've gotten from people that who were so disturbed by what's been going on, transpiring around the country, to have the great news and the wonderful liftoff and everything going without a hitch. So I just want to say God bless both of you. Thank you so very much. Bless the rest of you folks up there as well. We thank our Russian partners. And thank you, Chris. Y'all are all in our prayers, and we're looking forward to seeing you successfully complete your mission and back on safely on Earth. God bless.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, and just so you guys are aware, the show was in fact spectacular. The ratings on NASA TV beat everyone else. Not just some of them, it beat all of them, and that includes, just so everybody is aware, the whole world saw this. It trended #1 on Twitter. It was the #1 thing talked about on social media in general. This was an amazing moment, and it represents a transition in how we do space flight from the United States of America. NASA is not going to purchase, own, and operate rockets and capsules the way we used to. We're going to partner with commercial industry for access to low Earth orbit, and those partnerships are going to enable our providers to get customers that are not NASA and drive down our costs. And we're going to have numerous providers that are competing on cost and innovation and safety. And we're going to have more access to low Earth orbit than ever before. And this business model, now that it's been proven on commercial resupply of the International Space Station, now commercial crew to the International Space Station, this model is going to apply, and I know Senator Cruz has this near and dear to him, when we go to the moon. And of course, when we go to the moon, it's going to be done because of the great people here at the Johnson Space Center and so many other centers across the United States of America. But when we go to the moon, we're going to land on the surface of the moon with commercial landers. And of course, we're very proud of the Commercial Lunar Payload Services Program being managed right here out of the Johnson Space Center as well, so that we can take small payloads to the surface of the moon. And all of this is leading up to an amazing day where we have humans living and working for long periods of time on the surface of the moon, but doing it with a purpose. And that purpose, of course, is to go to Mars. Humanity is going to explore more and be able to go further than ever before because of the public-private partnerships. We all know that if the government is creating the demand and the government is creating the supply, we will always be limited. But when we have partners that are interested in exploring commercially and doing the things that are necessary, to get capital investment, then we're all going to end up better. So I want to just say the whole world saw this. This is a new era in human space flight, and we are so grateful for the service of not just our 2 astronauts that embarked on this mission, but the 100,000-plus people that participate in it, in this mission, everything from the suppliers to the main contractors, to the NASA team, the SpaceX team. What an amazing day for our country and, in fact, for the world. I'm going to turn it over for a second to my deputy, Jim Morehard, who's been a great deputy at NASA.
Gentlemen, congratulations. You know, Jim's mentioned going to the moon. And yesterday and today, one, you've inspired the Artemis generation, which is our next generation. And that's what this is about. It's really bringing the children that we've got and our grandchildren forward so they'll be the ones that are going into deep space. This is the dawn of a new era, and we just thank you for being at the beginning of it. Thank you so much.
It was absolutely our pleasure, but it's just a huge team effort across the board from SpaceX to NASA that made this all happen. We were just the lucky guys that got to fly the rocket yesterday.
I have a question for Chris Cassidy. You know, our crew here decided to be about 3 days late. You got to work them overtime, I presume, now to get them caught up on all the activities that they missed out on. Any plans for them?
Well, the day they missed out on was a good one for them to skip. It was Saturday house cleaning, but I took care of it for them. We'll catch up next weekend. But in all seriousness, we've got a few things to take care of tonight. Make sure we're all safe and we know the plan in case something bad happens. And then we're looking forward to some operational stuff later in the month. Maybe we'll get outside and do some spacewalks. And our efforts in these coming weeks will be in that effort. So we're all super excited to have 2 more crewmates to the Expedition 63 team.
Awesome. And of course, here in Houston, this is the home of the Astronaut office, and the Johnson Space Center is led by Mark Geyer, and I'm going to turn it over to Mark for a few comments.
Thank you, Jim. Hey, it's great to see all of you there. Good to see you, Bob and Doug. I know we talked a few days ago. You look a little taller than I remember you. And but I also want to thank Anatoly and Iman and of course Chris for what you guys have been doing since you all arrived. And I know there's been a ton to do, and you've been really busy, and I appreciate that. So I also like this visual of our international partnership. We have had a tremendous partnership with Roscosmos, and we will continue to do so. But it is nice to see crew arrive from this side of the space station. So that was pretty cool after 9 years. I did have one question for Chris, though. What might you do to ensure that Bob and Doug stay longer? Do you have any strategy there?
Well, we'll slow down the rate of which I'm eating food, and maybe we can stretch out our consumables a little bit. But that's a great question. We'll have to come up with some conniving scheme here in the next few days.
All right, thank you. Thanks, guys. Look forward to greeting the 3 of you eventually back in Ellington after your work is complete. Thank you.
And of course, Mark Geyer has an amazing deputy, Vanessa Weiss, if you'd like to come and say a few words.
Thank you, Jim. Hi, guys. You look really good. I just want to say on behalf of everybody here, we just want to thank you. It was an amazing launch, and we love seeing the docking. You guys all look really good. Just thank you for all that you're doing, and we can't wait for you to return, but not too soon. Station wants you to get a lot of work done, so looking forward to all of that. But thank you, and God bless.
Thank you, Vanessa. We appreciate that.
All right, we also have with us Steve Jerzik, who is the Associate Administrator for the agency. For people who don't know what that is, that, of course, is the Chief Operating Officer of the agency. But he also ran the flight readiness review for this mission. He did really an amazing job, and I can't say enough about his leadership at the agency. Steve, if you'd like to say a few words, ask a few questions.
Hey guys, it is just great to see you all on the station. I can't tell you how my adrenaline shut down when you guys opened the hatch. I mean, I've just been on edge ever since yesterday, and the weather cleared. I can't tell you how great it's been to see you on station. It has been a team effort. I felt like the last 2 years I've kind of been part of the team, working through issues, and it's been a heck of a year and a half with Demo 1. And the in-flight abort test, and working through issues like parachutes and the escape system, and I just could not be more proud of the team for getting to this point. It's amazing, and you obviously have been part of that. I really appreciate you all showing up in Washington, D.C. at our reviews, and because the last thing we do at those reviews is look at you all, because you guys are the risk takers, and make sure you're okay with where we are and where we're headed. So I really appreciate that. I really appreciate your active participation in that. And I could not be more, like I said, more proud of the team, and congratulations. And it is awesome to see you guys on station.
Well, thank you, sir. We're just proud to be a part of the team that got to bring spaceflight back to the Florida coast. I appreciated the comment earlier that it was nice to see a vehicle come to the forward portion of the space station, but I'll tell you what, that's the only way Doug and I know how to do it. So thanks to the team for providing it to happen our way. We appreciate that.
Well, Bob and Doug, just so you're aware, I'm being given the wrap signal. Doug, did you have something to say before we wrap it up here?
Oh, no, sir. We're just happy to be here, and Chris is going to put us to work, and hopefully we will fit in and not mess too many things up.
I have no doubt that you guys are going to do amazing work. I just want you to know the president came to the launch and the vice president came to the launch. About half the cabinet was at the launch. We had members of Congress and members of the Senate from both sides of the aisle. And this was an amazing moment of unity for the nation. It was an amazing moment for the whole world to look up. In the midst of the coronavirus pandemic and some other challenges, we were able to have this very, very special moment where we could all look at the future and say that things are going to be brighter tomorrow than they are today. And you and the NASA team and the SpaceX team gave us that opportunity, and for that we are so, so grateful. I would also be remiss as the NASA administrator if I didn't promote what comes next. And of course, this is the beginning. We are now launching to low Earth orbit again, but we will soon be going to the moon. We will be going to the moon sustainably with commercial partners and international partners. We're going to use the resources of the moon to learn how to live and work for long periods of time. Ultimately, we're going to take all of that knowledge and we're going to go to Mars. And of course, this time when we go to the moon, we go with a very diverse, highly qualified astronaut corps that includes women, which is why we call the program Artemis, named after the twin sister of Apollo, and she, in Greek mythology, was the goddess of the moon. This is the beginning. There is so much more to come, and I'm glad that our representatives of the Johnson Space Center are here because we're going to be asking them to fund this project. And what an amazing day that you guys have given us. So thank you from not just me and the people here, but from the United States of America and people all around the world. I'm more popular on Twitter than I've ever been, and it's because of you guys. Thank you.
To the crew on the International
Thank you to all
Space
of you.
Station.
Thank you very much.
Hey, Chris, we ask that you just hold your position for a few minutes. There's, of course, a number of photos we'd like to take. And then a quick note for those down here in the room. To Senator Cruz, Congressman Bobbin, Administrator Bridenstine, Director Geyer, and all of our distinguished visitors, thank you for your participation in today's historic event, and thank you for the leadership that has enabled it.
Well, I think that's it. We did it. We made it. They made it. I didn't really have anything to do with it, but I was here to take you through the journey. That's my job. Take you through the journey, let you feel all the highs and the lows and experience it together, answer your questions, say all that kind of stuff. Look at this. They're going to take a photo on mission control, all the controllers with the astronauts behind. It's pretty cool. This was awesome. This is crazy. We've got astronauts on the International Space Station again from the U.S. on a Crew Dragon capsule. That was exciting. So, yeah, I guess, we talked about I did like Jim Bridenstine's comment. He said he was more popular on Twitter than ever before, which is true. Probably because he kept saying the phrase over and over and over again. What was the phrase, Jim? We were launching
American astronauts on American rockets from American soil.
Let's do it again. I forgot to unmute the thing. What were we launching?
American astronauts on American rockets from American soil.
There we go. American rockets with American astronauts on American soil.
American astronauts on American rockets from American soil.
What did I say? Did I say that backwards? American astronauts on American rockets from American soil. Say it again, Jim.
American astronauts on American rockets from American soil.
Yeah, one more time, just for good measure.
American astronauts on American rockets from American soil.
All right, that's enough. Jeez. Ah, man, he said it so many times. I feel like we're not going to hear it anymore because now we've done it. It's just, I felt like we needed it over and over again. One more time? Yeah, I see one more time.
American astronauts on American rockets from American soil.
That was it. It was American astronauts on American rockets from American soil. Oh, I gotta get the timing better. American astronauts on American rockets from American soil. There we go. Now I got the timing down. He said over and over and over again. There we go. But they finally did it. So they've launched. They've docked to station. Everybody's freaking out about it. Did I play it too many times? Was it too many? Was it one too many? Maybe one too many times. We should have stopped one earlier, I think. So they finally docked. Someone likes their Go XLR. That's actually not the Go XLR that I'm using for that. I'm using the Stream Deck for that. So yeah, we docked to the International Space Station with the Crew Dragon today. And yesterday they launched aboard the Crew Dragon capsule. The Crew Dragon made it. Look at this. We're done. The broadcast is over for NASA. They've made it. They've made it to station. They'll be up there from anywhere from 4 to 16 weeks. 4 to 16 weeks before they come back, and you can be sure that we will be streaming right here for the return journey and re-entry and splashdown, which I'm actually very, very nervous about. So, let's see. That was an epic America moment. Nobody's a big fan of the political talk at the end, right? I know that was that's always. It's always tough sometimes. Like, I like the science and the mission stuff. I mean, once they start talking about whatever they want to do politics-wise, I'm just not into that. Hillary says I deserve a big break after all the streaming. I know, right? Well, thank you. I feel like I deserve a break. I need to just sit down and just decompress. We've done a total of 15 hours worth of streaming in the last 2 days. And prior to that, what did we have, like 3 live streams prior to this? So, like, we must have live streamed in the last week, like 30 hours or something like that. It's crazy. I became part of history by bringing everyone these feeds. Well, thanks. I'd like to feel like I had just a tiny part about it, but really, in comparison to what these teams just did and the astronauts did, it's like all their work and Tory's work. It's just so tiny. But maybe just a tiny part. At least maybe you guys had some fun watching me bounce off the walls and my antics. When will they come back? We don't know. 4 to 16 weeks. We're not sure. They'll decide soon. Soon they will decide. We don't know yet. Long live the space lobster. Yes. Time for another Windows update. Well, now I don't know if it was the Windows update now. Because we switched camera bodies, and I think it might be the camera that was dying. I don't know why. It's practically brand new. Because I have the exact same camera body. It's an M50. Exact same camera body. And it's going great. So I'm wondering if maybe it's this camera body is starting to die on me. I don't know why. Check the battery. It's not on battery power. It's on AC power. And the camera body we're using now is the same AC power as that one. Like, I took the power adapter out of this one and put it in the new camera body. It's the same power adapter that was on both cameras. Yeah, this camera, the camera apparently was done with live streaming for the week. Battery doesn't charge anymore. There's no battery in it. It's AC power. There's no battery. Did the camera get too hot? I have others that have a problem with the camera. Maybe. But that doesn't explain why this one is working. It's the same camera. And I've never had, we mentioned this before, I've never had this camera. I've live streamed on my gaming channel for like 6 hours straight. 1080p, 60 frames per second. Never had an issue until yesterday. Of course, great time to have a camera issue. Yesterday. Let's see. Am I an astronaut? No. Why do they use the beeps over the comms? Those are Quindar tones. They're kind of historical, and they're still kind of used for a purpose. But historically, the Quindar tones were to open relay communications at ground stations across the world. In the old days, like the Apollo, Gemini, Mercury days. But now with modern communications, we don't really need the Quindar tones, but they kept the Quindar tones as a notation that somebody was about to talk. So if you're a ground controller or an astronaut and you're just kind of hanging out and you're not expecting somebody to start talking to you, you hear the beep first and then they start talking. So it's kind of like, hey, somebody's about to talk now. And you're like, oh, okay, I'll listen. And then they go on. So that's what they use them for now. It just kind of keys in the mic so they know what's happening. But they have a whole history of why they were around, why they started. TP Seeker thinks that the National Archives will have my feeds. Yeah, right. I don't know about that. I will be thankful if National Geographic doesn't try to copyright my video again. Or some other giant news agency. You'll find out on Twitter in about 6 hours from now if some other news agency tries to copy it, because this happens on every big event. We've had over 60 copyright claims on our videos that are all false. I've won every single dispute. They're not. This is allowed. You can do this. This is called, well, it's fair use because you're providing unique commentary. It's also this is a NASA feed, which is a public broadcast, and they don't copyright their public broadcast. So we're allowed to do this. But every time there is some news agency will upload it to YouTube's content ID system and be like, yeah, this is our stuff. And then, we get a copyright claim from NBC or some random news agency that I've never heard of, or every high profile event, every single one. I don't think we've done it. Every Falcon Heavy, it's gone through it. Every, the first Block 5 booster, copyright claim. The first Starlink mission, copyright claim. Every time. But if they do, we just dispute it, and it is what it is. The worst is when they block it. That's what happened yesterday, is they blocked it so you're like guilty until proven innocent. And so that whole time, we go a period of like 10 hours. I mean, I blocked it within 3 seconds of getting I disputed it within 3 seconds of getting the copyright claimed. But when they issued the copyright claim, they wanted my video blocked. So then I'm guilty until proven innocent. So they blocked my video for 10 hours while they investigated. And then actually while we were on stream today, like an hour or two ago, I got the notification. They were like, oh yeah, you were right. We'll unblock it now. But still, 10 hours, my video is not available for anybody to watch. It's annoying. All right, I'll stop ranting. I'll stop. That's not what you're here for. Maybe some components are getting weak. Yeah, it could be. Now I'm afraid that the camera's dying. But yeah, and it was crazy. Samarius has mentioned, says it was crazy. I was not last topic on this. I don't know why I have a clothespin in my hand. This is what I use to hold my stuff in place. But it just happened to be on the table. I was not the only person that was blocked. There were like a dozen creators that covered the event yesterday, and all of them were blocked. What do you do to copyright claim on their videos too? Well, I mean, I'm not going to issue a false copyright claim. Like, two wrongs don't make a right, I don't think. Plus, you issue false copyright claim. Supposedly, there's supposed to be consequences for issuing a false copyright claim, but I've never heard anybody getting. But anyways. So oh, Gregorius is prompting me to tell everybody what Overlook Horizon is. Well, everybody, yeah, well, we launched weather balloons here. We will be launching our own weather balloons coming up here in hopefully a couple of weeks. But this is what we do here. We live stream SpaceX launches, some other launches. We'll probably live stream like the United Launch Alliance Mars mission coming up to talk about space and science and answer your questions and get you interested in science and technology and things like that. Occasionally we talk about Raspberry Pis and computers and radio and building computers, which is what I did a couple weeks ago. So we talk about a lot of that kind of stuff, but we do a lot of live streaming, especially for space launches. So if you like that kind of thing, consider subscribing. When will the next live stream happen? The next one will be Starlink 7, which we don't have a date on it yet, but it'll be in June, sometime in a couple days. I think I have a placeholder event on our YouTube page for June 3rd or something like that, but don't count on that date. It's just a placeholder right now because I don't know what the date is. It got delayed. It was supposed to be before DM-2, but then it got pushed out. It was delayed. Let's see. What else did we miss for comments? Trek Matt, what is your gaming channel called? It's just my last name. It's under Carissimo Media. But if the easiest way to find it is the Overlook Horizon will host it when it's live. So if you go look for the Overlook Horizon Twitch channel, you can probably find my personal Twitch channel if you want that. Tory trying to solder is a funny video. Why? I don't know. Why were you guys asking me about solder earlier? Did I miss an inside joke? I don't understand that. What fuel did the rocket use? RP-1, rocket grade kerosene, and liquid oxygen. LOX. It also has hypergolics for, I forget what the hypergolics are. It's NTO, which is the oxidizer, and hydrazine. Hydrazine and NTO, which I forget exactly what that stands for. That's the hypergolics. And then they also have TTAB, which is the pyrophoric chemical for igniting the Falcon 9's Merlin engines. We were talking about lead-free solder in your video. Oh, lead-free solder. Oh, God, the lead-free solder was awful. I can't use that lead-free solder. Just makes me want to smash my head against the wall. Had to go back to regular solder. Yeah, that's right. What does it feel like to be suspended in space? I don't know. I can only pretend. That's what I did earlier. You're a rocket scientist. No, I'm a software engineer. That would be more compact than hydrogen. It's very compact. The kerosene and the liquid oxygen is densified. It's because it's liquid and very cold, densified, super dense. That's how the Falcon 9 gets its performance. So they can get really dense fuel and oxidizer into those storage tanks on the Falcon 9. It's one of the really nice things about the Falcon 9. What is Boeing Starliner? That's the other commercial crew provider that will launch International Space Station astronauts, or astronauts to the International Space Station. They're still working on that. They got an uncrewed flight test, a redo on that, coming up in August. Maybe crew by the end of the year, but we don't know. No, Stage 2 doesn't get recovered. That burns up in the atmosphere. They did deorbit Stage 2. That would have burned up on the west coast of Australia. What language do you code in? So, I mean, I had code in a bunch of different things. I mean, I use some web languages, like scripting languages, like PHP. Do a lot of database stuff. I've used Java. I use C, I use C#, I use Objective-C, Python, JavaScript, HTML, all that kind of stuff. Starliner will be cool when they can't get it to not blow up. Well, Starliner hasn't blown up. It just had some software problems. Yeah, I think it covered everything. Okay, well, everybody, I think this was a lot of fun. We had a great time. Astronauts launched, now on the space station. They're good to go. They're going to be up there for 4 to 16 weeks. And then after that, they'll come back. We don't know when, but when they decide that, we'll set up a live stream and we will be back here. So I hope to see you guys all back here soon. In order to do that, I would say subscribe, and then you turn on the notifications. You know how this works. Depending on what place you're, or your, you know, what platform you're watching on. You guys know how social media works. It's how I find out if you like this kind of thing. How I find out if my antics are enjoyed or they're annoying. Maybe both. It's okay. All right. Well, I'm wrapping up now. We've been streaming for 15 hours for the last 2 days. I need to take a break. I need to stop talking. You talk for 15 hours straight. That's a lot to talk about. There's a press conference at 3 o'clock, says Heather. Are you going to cover that? No. It's nothing. I would love to cover it, but I'm done. I've talked too much. I will cover it on Twitter. I will tweet and retweet on Twitter. But this is it. This is the end of my DM-2 launch coverage. The next thing will be recovery. Will be my next coverage. So yeah, I won't be live streaming later. I just can't talk anymore. 15 hours straight. That's a lot of talking. I need to take a break. No 24-hour Tory channel. No. Nope. Can't do it. No can do. All right, guys, I'm going to take a break. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out today. Thanks for watching. Thanks for dealing with my camera issues, although it seems like we've got that problem solved with the other camera body. Thanks very much. But we'll be back again soon. Hopefully you're subscribed and following along, and I'll see you back here. My name's Tory. This is Overlook Horizon. We'll see you guys all next time. All right, goodbye, everybody.